Alright, hello. Back again today with another tournament. So, I don't know what the scores for this series are, but we do have, I believe it's ODM Tretch versus ODM Bohemian Beastslayer. Alright, hello. I also don't have my stream muted, so I can hear myself, and you probably can too. So, okay, scores 1-0 in Bohemian's favor, and I don't know which side he's on. I'm gonna assume he's playing this side. But to be honest, I have no idea. I guessed right. Lovely. Let's get that blocker out of the way, and let's take a look at these armies. So, we got Dark Elves Khorne. So for Dark Elves, we have Malekith on his dragon, a couple of Scourge Runners, good contingent of infantry, Corsairs, Handbows, and the Raven's Herald. Interesting, as well as some more infantry. Raven's Heralds are a bit of an interesting choice. They're typically very, very squishy and hard to keep alive against factions with Furies, so I'm curious to see what his plans are there. That said, if they are allowed to just keep shooting, they'll do a really good number at killing Valkia. For the Force of Khorne, we do indeed have Valkia. We have double Skull Cannon. Okay, Skull Cannons are a nice counter-skirmishing option. I've seen them used to create effect against Skirmish Cav. I don't know if they'll have the same effect against Scourge Runners. I suspect their lack of accuracy will really hurt them against those small targets. Backing that up, we have Chaos Warriors, Marauders, Chaos Warriors, Marauders, Chaos Warriors, Marauders. Yep, and a couple of Skirmish Cav. Okay. Nothing too outlandish here, except the Raven's Heralds. Really curious what their target is. Like I said, I suspect they'll be shooting Valkia, but I'm not really sure you plan to keep them alive because Furies will dunk on them very, very quickly. Blood Code game, good start? Yeah. So this matchup typically is actually really, really bad for Khorne. Khorne can't really catch the Dark Elf's kite. Scourge Runners, Dark Repeaters, they're all very, very good at just kiting out Khorne and just tearing them apart. That said, the Skull Cannons are an interesting tech piece to try and avoid that. If they're actually able to land their shots at range, they can force the Dark Elves to come into melee with them, or at least come into shorter range and where they can catch them. First strike comes in Raven's Heralds, completely whiffs it. Yeah, the thing with Skull Cannons is they're only accurate from about half of their maximum range. They got really, really close for an artillery piece. They are pretty tanky and they're pretty quick, so they have the survivability to do that. But if they're not hitting their shot... Okay, there's a hit. Yeah, they're 1 for 3 so far. That's not terrible. The Khorne do have a lot of counter-skirmishing options, but honestly, they tend to get dunked on by Scourge Runners. They'd be a little bit careful, though. If that... Nope. Okay, that got some damage on. Okay. They're getting some shots. This isn't terrible. This isn't awful. Scourge Runners firing on the Skull Cannons, so I think this is probably a mistake. You probably won't be shooting at the Marauder Horsemen. You're much more likely to stop them from shooting you back. And that's a Scourge Runner... Nope. Is that a model down? Yeah, that's a model down. That's a lot of damage on the one target. The fact they focus one model is really, really good. Breath Attack coming in tickles a little bit of the Skirmish Cab, but not a whole lot of damage. The Skull Cannons are really hammering the Scourge Runners. It's another model down. Bohemian is going to have to really pull back and just get these Scourge Runners at longer range where the Skull Cannons aren't as accurate. Because at this range, they're absolutely punishing these Scourge Runners. That's impressive. Really, really neat tech piece. That's doing a lot of work against these Scourge Runners. And the Scourge Runners are a large part of the Dark Elf's advantage in this matchup. If they're negated, there's not a lot left to cancel this armored Khorne infantry. You really need those chariots alive to just come run it over, because the silver shielded Khorne infantry are really hard for Dark Elves to shoot, because they have very little armor-piercing melee, and most of their missiles... Most of their armor-piercing relies on their missiles, which are blocked by the silver shields, so... Raven's Heralds are shooting into... What are they targeting even? No, they're not even firing, they're just chilling, which is probably a good idea. They don't have a ton of ammo, so you don't want to save it. It's very, very valuable. Okay, they're shooting the Skirm Cav, which I guess is fine. There's not really any high-value targets here, except for Valkia, but yeah. The thing is, they're so incredibly squishy. You got 24 models and not a lot of hit points. Okay, Scourge Runners come with the high ground. It's good. I said, need those chariots for every infantry, but you need to keep them moving. Malekith is doing Malekith things. He's just tearing apart the infantry. Valky's going to try to punish him, but honestly, in a 1-to-1, I believe Malekith wins, but the Skirmish Cav support Valky should be able to chase off Malekith. Dark Riders come up to pressure the high ground. They're not going to do a whole lot against those halberds, so they'll probably end up having to rotate down through here and try to get on top of the Skull Cannons or pressure the Scourge Runners, or sorry, the Marauder Skirmish Cav. Let's get a Spear Slopnir coming in somewhere. Don't see it. Not sure what it hit, if it hit anything. Scourgerunner's taking an absolute beating just from getting stuck in the Chaos Warriors, as well as the Fleshhounds chasing them down. And this is actually looking pretty good for the Blood God. Like I said, this is a matchup I definitely had favoring Dark Elf, so it's really neat to see the Skull Cannon deck coming in and prove me wrong. Nice Soul Stealer comes down, can be healing up Malekith a little bit, does some good damage to the Skirmish Cav, but honestly, I feel like Dark Elf's in a lot of trouble here. The Scourge Runners are already shut down. Well, there's one left, and it does have 4 models, so it's still fighting at full capacity, but I don't see a way for Dark Elves to really remove all of these Armored Chaos Warriors. Corsairs trained them alright, but they're just so tanky. They have so much melee defense, they're very, very hard to kill. And they'll just grind away, and Dark Elves really, really struggle to remove those silver shielded armored infantry units. So once these Chaos Warriors start to get onto objectives, it's going to be very, very difficult for Dark Elves. Crows of Cain are coming in. Not really sure what they're going for. They can probably fight Fleshhounds reasonably well. Crows of Cain, by the way, are like the only Harpy unit you ever use for Dark Elves. They're very, very good, whereas the basic Harpy is just complete garbage, so if you want a Harpy unit, this is definitely the way to go. And they are fighting the Fleshhounds. With the charge, they should be able to do reasonably well. Raven's Heralds are still shooting at the enemy skirmish cap, but honestly, I feel like this just isn't a high-value target for them. I don't think there are high-value targets for this unit, so I'm really not sure what its purpose is. Like, I could see, maybe if they were shooting Valkia, that would make sense, but I don't think they're going to hit Valkia very regularly. She's very small and very quick. And then, if they're trying to shoot, maybe they're scared of Scarbrand, well, then just bring more Scourge Runners. Or Darkrai Repeaters. They do just fine against regular Darkrai Repeaters. They do just fine against Scarbrand as well, so I'm really not sure what the purpose of this unit is. Khorne is pushing onto the high ground, taking objective number 3 fairly quickly. And they've got a lot of, like I said, Marauders, Chaos Warriors, just grindy infantry here, and Dark Elves don't have a whole lot to answer it. These Corsairs are taking a lot of damage just from the Furies and the Marauders that are already there. So Khorne should be able to take that objective reasonably soon. And they are also taking the center objective, though they are losing their home objective. There are some Cold One Knights attempting a back cap. Fleshhounds are coming to contest them, but they will lose that fight, no 1-to-1. So that's looking pretty good for Khorne. The Skull Cannons, not sure if you need to keep them around anymore, to be honest. They're an okay melee chariot, but honestly, once their shooting's done, maybe just desummon them. But they do regenerate their ammo, so you can just keep getting a little bit of poke on Malekith or something. But I don't know, I feel like you're pretty happy with what they've done. Maybe just desummon them and turn them into more Khorne Warriors. Malekith is taking an absolute beating. He's gotten some nice breath attacks off and some nice soul saves, but Valkia is just hounding him. Wherever he goes, she's right on his tail. He doesn't want to fight her. He has other things to do, but she's just like, no, fight me, fight me, fight me. And he can't really get away from her because she is very quick at 95 speed, whereas Malekith is 90, so she can just hound him wherever he goes. More Cold One Knights coming in, trying to get the Skull Cannons. They should be pretty slippery, though, and they have that same thing all Chariot hitboxes do, where they just kind of walk away from you and don't take a lot of damage. Soul Stealer coming in, doing some good damage to Valkia. It doesn't look like the Minotaurs actually got caught in it. So it's just on Valkia. Malekith, now he's surrounded by Grey Open Minotaurs. Malekith is in a lot of trouble. He needs to push through these Minotaurs, and okay, he does get through. He should be able to free himself from this situation. But these Minotaurs are a big problem. They'll dunk on the Cold One Knights. They'll get poked down a little bit with the handbows, but there's not a lot the Dark Elves have to deal with them once the Scourge Runners are off the field, which they have been done so very, very effectively by Tretch. So we do have some Hargoneth Executioners in the field, which is one good answer to all of these Khorne Chaos Warriors, but the Minotaurs should still destroy them, and it looks like they already took a Spear Schlapnir, so they're very low HP anyway. Dark Elves have back-capped objective number 1, but they are losing their home objective slowly but surely. And the center objective is actually swinging back towards the favor of the Dark Elves. The Khorne infantry has kind of petered out a bit. There's not a lot left on the field, and I really wish that those Skull Cannons would be desummoned and turned to more infantry. You use them to get your lead, they got good value, then just desummon them and turn them into something that can capitalize on that lead by taking the objective. Because as it stands, those executions are going to be really, really hard for Khorne to move to the point. I don't think they have another spear. I think Valky's used both of them. Oh no, she doesn't even have it. That's the Demon Shield I've been hearing. Okay, but Khorne doesn't have good AP infantry options. They only have Bloodletters, which are very, very squishy, and very vulnerable to things like Corsair Handbows. So typically, armored infantry can be very, very tanky and hard for Khorne to remove. I said Minotaurs are a good option, but I feel like the Minotaurs have other priorities. Where'd the Minotaurs even go? I could have sworn there were Grey Open Minos. What happened to the Grey Open Minos? Are they gone already? I am thoroughly confused. Skull Cannons are getting hit with a Soul Stealer, as well as the Cold One Knight surrounding them. They are not long for this world. They're not accomplishing much, and Dark Elves have overtaken the value lead. Where the heck did those Minos go? Where'd the Minotaurs go? Oh, there they are. Okay, they just got shredded by something or other. Don't know what happened to them. Valkia is trying to just chase down Malekith. He doesn't have much HP left, but he should have another Soul Stone in his back pocket, so he can just heal up. That said, if he gets friendly fired by his hand bows, which is not uncommon, he'll be in a lot of trouble. But Khorne's forces do seem to be petering out. There's a couple of Marauders on the high ground, which will lose to these Blackguard of Nagaron. So they just need to run. Raven's Heralds are being desummoned, but Khorne's just lost most of their staying power. All they've really got left with the other Fleshhounds and Valkia and a couple of tattered infantry units. Malekith is just running for the hills, and I think he did get shot by his, yeah, he's getting friendly fired by the hand bows. Maybe a little careful of that. Blackguard and Nagaron have been summoned, and yeah, there's nothing Khorne has really to deal with all these Blackguard. On the elite infantry, it's a very interesting tech because, you know, normally the weakness of these elite infantry units is things like Pit of Shades, Spell, you know, Dwellers Below, all those blob punishing spells, but obviously Khorne doesn't have those. So it's a very, very solid pick. There's not a lot of gear, but there's still Executioners grinding. There's 2 Blackguard that are going to be so tough to remove from the field. And Malekith is still alive and kicking. Still running around terrorizing things, and Valkia is low as well, so Malekith might even be able to take her on this at this point. Probably not, but you don't need to risk it either way. And the Executioners are just grinding away. They've already gotten up to 135 kills. They have already paid for themselves. They're doing really, really well. You know, I wouldn't have thought to bring Dark Elf Infantry, Elite Dark Elf Infantry in this match. Okay, so now we do get the answer. Exalted Bloodletters of Khorne. But can they be protected from missile fires or from Malekith breath attacks? Does he have any left? No, he's used all his breath attacks. He doesn't have Gaze of Cain, so it's just the missiles that can punish them. They're almost out of ammo. But here, you see Darkrai Repeaters coming in. It's the exact answer you need. Just bring them around here. If the Bloodletters try to get into melee with your Executioners or your Blackguard, they just get punished by missiles. So that's exactly what you need to see from the Dark Elf side. Now these Marauders getting pincered by Blackguard Executioners. And oh, baby, let's see these Executioners get to work. Doing the work of Cain. It's such a cool unit. I wish it was, you could bring it a little bit more. But yeah. I believe Khorne does have to 3-cap at this point, so if they hold on to Objective 2 and Objective 3, just planting as many Blackguard and Spears on there as they can, they'll be in a very, very good spot. And they haven't even lost Objective number 1 yet. They will be losing it momentarily, but for the time being, they're still racking up 3 points per second. And yeah, Exalted Bloodletters are getting focused by the Darkrai Repeaters, taking a good bit of damage from that first volley, and then Dark Riders, just coming to finish off that Skull Cannon. The value lead has ballooned in favor of the Dark Elves, Bohemond, so this is looking like a done deal. Yeah, Valkyrie is very low. She can try to kill Malekith, but at this point I don't even think killing Malekith's a win condition, and Malekith doesn't even feel the need to be here, and he's just gone. That's kind of amazing. So the Bloodletters are getting on top of the Halberd, so the Blackguard, and they will tear them apart very, very quickly, but there is still missile support, there's Dark Riders. The handbows are out of ammo, but they should still, you know, the Dark Riders should be enough to punish these guys. They're actually mulching through these Blackguard really, really quickly. I mean, they are like an elite anti-infantry unit fighting an elite Halberd unit, so that's like perfect engagement for them, but still, that's impressively quick nonetheless. But yeah, I don't know if there are many more of those in the tank, and they need to do a lot of work. And there are more Darkrai Repeaters coming in to try and punish off those Exalted Bloodletters, although they are multi-infantry. They're doing it really, really quickly. Jeez. They're already up to 50 kills. They've already almost 1,000 value just chewing through these Blackguard. They're coming really, really quickly, but they're not capping the point yet. The thing is, I think, yeah, like I said, the 3-cap needs to happen, so if Dark Elves even just take all their mobility and just sit up here, shoot over the cliff, block this ramp, then they'll be in a really, really good spot. That's a Khorne realizes it as well. They are starting to summon whatever they can up to the high ground. Chaos Warriors, Scrimcap, but honestly, Chaos Warriors, they might get here in time, but they're not going to win a fight in time before the game ends. Because while Chaos Warriors are very, very tanky, their damage output is not remarkably high. They'll win a lot of melee engagements, mostly through like slow grinding. Khorne is taking back the center objective, while the Dark Elves are taking back the high ground objective. More Cold Knights coming in to fight Chaos Warriors, which is not usually a fight you want to take with these guys. They rely really heavily on their anti-large bows, but with Murderous Prowess popped, then they'll do quite well against anything with 38 melee attack and hefty weapon strength. And fun fact, if you didn't know, Murderous Prowess, the way it works for Dark Elves in Domination, is that once it's popped, any unit you summon in, like these Light Spirits that just got spawned in, they will have Murderous Prowess the first 90 seconds. So it's really, really effective on things like Cavalry that can get into a fight very, very quickly. So, fun fact about Dark Elves, you didn't know that. But yeah, with Dark Elves pressuring objectives number 1 and number 2, Khorne is forced to dedicate to 3 because they have to take this. And Khorne is just not able to control the map, and I don't think Tretch is able to take these objectives back in time. Yeah. You know, the Exalted Bloodletters just getting poked down by the cat, by the Skirm Cav, they're getting poked off, they're getting chased off. Cold One Knight's taking objective number 1, and this is clever Bohemian. He doesn't need to fight his opponent because he knows he'll outcap him. So he's just pulling back his Blackguard to the back end of the points. They don't get forced into a fight they don't need to fight. And he's just stalling for time, basically. And Dark Elves are going to be having a 3-cap coming in here very, very soon. Valkate is trying to disrupt the Dark Riders, but these Exalted Bloodletters are on their last legs. So only 30 of them left. But they have paid for themselves and then some. Fleshhound's coming in to fight the Cold One Knights. Cold Knights should win that, even on the low HP. Primal Instinct should help them, grind out this last fight with 42 melee attack, in addition to their bonus versus large of 14. So they're hitting really hard at this point. And that's the center cap going to Dark Elves, the high ground cap going to Dark Elves, and momentarily it will be the other high ground cap going to Dark Elves, and that will be our series. So, what are you up to in chat? I see chat's popping off. Lost 2-1 to Kark. Had some matches though. Yeah, Kark's a reasonably good player. So. But here, so that is Bohemian taking the swift 2-0 over his clanmate. Always feels nice when you're, Bohemian is a newer ODM member taking down a veteran ODM member. Feels nice being the new kid just dunking on some of the oldies. Ravens fans got some good value. The Scourge got shut down a little bit. The Skull Cannon tech was very interesting, and they really paid for themselves. Jeez, that's a lot of value. Yeah, Scrum Cav did alright. But Executioners did really well. We got some nice elite infantry. The thing is, neither of these factions really bring blob punishing spells, so elite infantry isn't a terrible idea. That said, breath attacks can still threaten these guys if they come out early, so it's probably good he saved them for the late game. So, let me find us another game to watch. Actually, we can just follow Behemoth because his next opponent is ready. So we'll just stick around. And in the meantime, I can catch up with all of you guys in chat. What are you guys up to? Domination needs less choke point maps and bigger maps. Well, we have the modded map pack for that, but a lot of people aren't playing those at the moment because the Warhammer World Cup decided not to use them. So that's what I did for this tournament because people want to practice on that kind of thing. Hey, Rusty. You live, always fun to listen and learn. Love Dark Elf, nice to see them action. Hey, glad you're here, dude. ODM getting involved in the Dom scene. Yeah, I think the Warhammer World Cup has really enticed them to come in and play. I mean, Bohemian has always been a Dom player. Because like I said, he's fairly new to the scene in general. He's only been here a couple of months, but he's been playing a lot of Dom, so. Tretch, I believe, is an oldie who is in fact coming back for, I assume, for World Cup. Hey, Sharks. As a green scheme, maybe you'd love bigger maps. Yeah, more space to route without leaving the map. That'd be nice. The mess world range factions way too much. Yeah. Oh, they all left. Okay, we got me the code. Let's get in the lobby. Let's put a blocker up in case they have armies already selected. Just in case. Now, are we going to get lucky and have Bohemian on the same side? Invalid password. I'm sorry? Okay. A is in the same player slot, so we don't have to move him, but we do need to reset the score. And who is his opponent for this game? It is Chorty? I think that's how it's pronounced. So. Chorty. Oops. Sorry, just smacked my mic. So, in the meantime, let's take a look at the bracket. Oh, okay. So yeah, we're up here on the top. This is Bohemian Shorty. This is the quarterfinals. Waiting for the winner of this game is ODM Hanadin's already in the semifinals. On the other side, we have Chromosumo waiting for his opponent in the quarters. Kark and Saigakov in the quarterfinals, and then, you know, should be cleaning up this tournament in not a long amount of time. Hopefully this won't be a super long one. Things seem to be moving at a pretty good pace so far, which is nice. Biggest problem is that all your units are out of the map. Spoken like a true Greenskins main, Lucio. Spoken like a true Greenskins player. GG. Hey Marco, how's it going? He goes too fast, make the final best of 99. Delmo, by the time that finishes, I will be your age. Shorty's asleep. We just said Shorty's asleep, apparently? Really? Really? That's pretty funny if it's true. Did he say something in the Discord? Okay, he's asleep on Discord. Okay, he's not responding. Well, let's see if there's another game for us to cast instead of just sitting around here waiting. I understand like the execution was played, but what? But huh? I don't get the joke. Okay. So we got Kark versus the person whose name I will struggle to pronounce. Kark. Probably a bit bigger. And centered. And then we have, what was the other person's name? It was Saigakov. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, and I apologize. And let me ask them what the score is. This is, what is this, third round? So yeah, it's the second map, so somebody's up 1-0. Oh, Adelmo? We love Adelmo around here. Yeah, we love Adelmo. Adelmo's great. Yeah, for everybody who doesn't know, Adelmo and I are in the same clan. And he's a boomer, so we like to make fun of him a lot. He's a good sport about it. Okay, Carcass up 1-0. Was that like that the entire time? Did I do the silly thing? Alright, do we have Norska greenskins? Hey Lucio, are you excited for some greenskins? Well, it's possible they just played this and we missed it, but no, I think they're still doing picks because they aren't making their builds yet. So I'll just have to wait a moment. Match was tricky. Used to favor Norska heavily until Martyr Horseman got fixed. Interesting. Interesting. I would assume it'd be Norska favored. I imagine Berserkers beat everything short of. Actually, I don't know if they beat Big Uns. They probably beat Savage Orcs and Orc. I mean, I'm sure they beat Savage Orcs and Orc Boys. How did they do against Big Uns and I assume they'd lose to Black Orcs. But I'm not sure if they beat Big Uns or Savage Orc Big Uns. And then I suspect the Frost Troll buffs probably help Norska a lot in this matchup because it gives you some AP that you didn't used to have. So you have a lot much easier means of dealing with things like Black Orcs and Borkav. Because Borkav can also be quite a problem. Well, just armor can be a problem for Norska at times. There's spiders, less wolf riders, and they shut them down now. I don't think they're fast enough. Rider Horsemen have 90 speed, Wolf Riders have 92, so they're not likely to catch them. They'll take a lot of damage, but I suspect, like, before they got fixed, I imagine the Horsemen... Actually, the Horsemen might still beat them in melee. Okay, no, the Horsemen should probably lose in melee, looking at their stats. But by having the Horsemen be a lot weaker, it means that Norska doesn't really have a light cav option. So Greenskins can do a much better job just swarming with things like Swig Hoppers and cheap Borkav and Spider Riders. Evening, Caleb. Well, evening for you, it's still afternoon for me. Happy time zone, as some of my friends like to say. Okay, so Kark swapped to Cathay. What is his opponent gonna pick? Again, what's his opponent? Okay. Saiga, I think it's Saigakov. But I'm not good at pronouncing things, so I could be wrong. But that's what I'm gonna go with unless told otherwise. Still no greenskins build. We're still debating what to pick. Lizards! Okay. This is a bit of a fun matchup. This is probably a little Cathay favored. Because crane guns in particular are very, very hard for lizards to deal with. But lizardmen definitely have some play, and if Kark doesn't know that crane guns are the way, then lizardmen have a lot more play. Because cannons don't do nearly as well at shutting down things like ancient salamanders or ripperdactyls. All those things could really destroy Cathay if they're not prepared to deal with them. Yeah, so how I would approach this matchup as Lizardman is probably, like I said, I'd probably take double Ancient Salamander. Um, how would I deal with the artillery? That's a good question. Well, yeah. You probably just have to juke the cannons or firing rockets as best you can. Lizardmen don't have a good answer to them very easily. So you juke artillery as much as you can with the salamanders, and then once you soften up their infantry enough, then you come in with Red Crests and Saurus, and probably some like 650 Bastiladons, and maybe some Skink Javs. And then reinforced Rippers and Pterodons. Pterodons are really, really good for disrupting enemy shooting. Ropdrox can devastate all the archers, anything like that, and then just dropping them to finish them off. And Rippers will kill pretty much anything. Infantry size, they'll kill Jade Warriors. They'll probably struggle against Halberds, but they'll kill Archers, they'll kill Jade Warriors, they'll kill Iron Hails. Rippers are really, really good at tearing up infantry. Or you take the ROR, which tears up large units, which I'm not sure who wins between the ROR Ripper and the ROR Longma. That's probably something pretty important in this matchup, to know which wins that. So if Lizardmen have air superiority, that's actually pretty huge for them. So if we look at stats, the problem is they have a huge model difference, so if I look at stats, it's a little hard to judge based just off of stats, but I don't know, Longmas are looking pretty good in that fight, I think. That's the Colossal Hunters do have a huge bonus versus large. You're 3-0 in this match at the moment, so I think it's pretty good for Liz. Skink Swarm, Cold One Spears, and Rippers. Wait a bit, Tim the Wilder style. Have you encountered like double or triple crane guns? Because that's the thing that I found the most difficulty with is crane guns. Well, I guess you'd be playing it differently than I would. You're not playing the Salamander style, you're playing more of a just a patient build-up rush. None would swipe lightly pay support, so if you cost like, you know, Harmonic Converge or something on it, they could win. Okay. That's big. Like, even being able to go close with the RR Longma is pretty huge, I think. Yeah, Feral Cold Ones are a good shout in this matchup. They're probably really, really good in the Cathay. They'll do on the Cav, they tear apart the infantry, they get on the missiles pretty easily. Always triple crane guns? Okay. I suppose, yeah, it's pretty easy to collapse if you're going for that more heavy rush style. Interesting. I'll have to give that a try myself. Those Rothland and Bohemian, so good players too. Okay, interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, so I think Battlefort is probably a pretty good map for lizards on this. It gives you a lot of space to actually like surround or kite, whichever style you're going for. It gives you a lot of room to play with. Get like good proper surround on them. Long was beat Colossus Knight without 50% HP. Well, now you're giving me mixed messages, chat. Now you're just playing with my heart. I don't know who to believe. Anyway, Toad Rage, yeah. So we have a Sky Junk for Cathay. We have Jade Warriors, Spears, Iron Hails, a Shogun Lord on foot with Talons and Ancestral Warriors, and a Singular Cannon. Okay. On the other side, okay, looks like they subscribe to my style of Lizardman, unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately. Double Sally, Rev Crystal, Oxy, King Priest of Heavens with Urnon's Thunderbolt, Armada Convergence, and then Saurus Warriors. And I think I saw, yeah, the RWAR, Cult of Sotek, Cohort of Sotek. So, I really hope Cathay has long Lizard reinforcements, which I assume they do with the RWAR, because you need something to protect the Sky Junk, or Rippers will tear it apart. As well as even like Skink Jabs will do well into it. Which I feel like Skink Jabs are just kind of an auto-include, but honestly, okay, there's two cannons, but still, there's nothing here to shut down these Salamanders. Without Crane Gunners, cannons are not accurate or reliable enough to actually shut down Salamanders. So, if the Salamanders are microed very, very well, which will be a test of Sagakov's micro. In a vacuum? Okay, well, you need to pop the thing. Yeah, the Salamanders need to be juking these cannon shots. If they sit here and take the cannon shots, that could be game for lizards, like, right out of the gate. Like, you gotta be juking with these Salamanders. Yep, that hurts. Salamanders are not tanky. You really can't let them take these shots. You really gotta juke. So the Salamander style is you gotta be on top of your Salamander micro. If you let them take cannon shots, they're done for. Very, very quickly. Oxy's pushing up. Kind of curious what Oxy's poking away at. You can try again the artillery. Looks like we got a Thunderbolt coming down. Is that what that is? Yeah. It should kill a cannon model. It didn't kill a cannon model. Yeah, that spell's not what it used to be. In Warhammer 2, that spell is like specialized in killing artillery models, but you probably need an overcast, which I don't think that was. But also because we're on Ultra now, and there's 4 cannon models, it takes an extra Thunderbolt to actually shut them down, which feels really bad for lizards in particular. So lizards don't have any other real good way of dealing with artillery. Yeah, the Salamanders are getting pounded. Cohort of Sotek's coming in. They should do very, very well into the Jade Warriors. That said, they are quite squishy, and with the Sky Junk sitting right above them, if it decides to shoot at them, they're in a lot of trouble. Basic Rippers coming in. They should be able to, ideally, get them in here and get them back after the missiles, or the Iron Hails, or the cannons, either one. You need to shut down the shooting. Oxy's getting run out by Jade Warriors, but he's fine. He'll slip away. What's the target for the Rippers? That's the big question. Iron Hails, okay. They take a volley on the entry. There's a spell coming in. Is that another Thunderbolt? You friendly fire your Rippers. That hurts a lot. That's a very expensive unit you just friendly fired, my guy. They're also getting crossfired with the other Iron Hail, which is bad. The Saurus are coming to shut them down, but they're not here just yet. Ancestral Warrior, something going down. It'll come in and start rear charging and tear around these Saurus, will be really, really rough. Colossons are killing out the Iron Hails, though. I feel like you need to shoot the Iron Hails with their Salamanders before you bring the Rippers in. But just so you avoid this. Jade Warrior Halberds getting friendly fire ability. Pterodons are coming in. They should do a good job of shutting down these missiles and get the rock drops on the Iron Hails, maybe on the cannons. But Cathay is up a ton of value so far. Lizardmen currently hold objective number 3, and Cathay is taking objective number 1. Objective 2 is a little bit contested, but should go to Lizardmen, as this is a summon with no capture rate. Rippers and Pterodons are coming back here after the cannons, but with more Iron Hails being summoned in, these big birds aren't long for this world. That's if the cannons get shut down, the Salamanders will be able to go ham and just start poking away at the Iron Hails from out of their range. But this Salamander really needs to get out of melee. You really don't want your Salamanders in melee. Where's the other Salamander? Please don't tell me it's in melee somewhere. Or it died. One of the two. Don't know. It's gone. But Iron Hails are just shredding apart these Pterodons and Ripperdactyls, as I suspected. They did kill the cannon, though. At least routed it off, but still half HP and should be able to rally and come back. The other cannon is pushing. No, there's Pterodons on it, so it's pushing and trying to get in melee. Trying to shoot the Bacillon Rev Crystal. Rev Crystal pops heal on. Hopefully the Salamander. Nope, Salamander is routing, almost dead. You need heal come through on that so it can actually kill the Iron Hails for you, but yeah, value's going very, very heavily in Cathay's favor very, very early. This is looking really, really rough for the Lizards. I think you need to be way more patient for the Lizards in this matchup. If you just go ham like this, like you're going to torn apart. You need more units on the field to actually disrupt your opponent's shooting effectively. Rippers are shattered. Another summon coming in to start terrorizing these Saurus. Skyjunk is just getting to free fire. Really nothing to contest it. One thing I will say is you usually don't want to fire at a target this far away with the Skyjunk, because its accuracy falls off really hard at like here. You really want to be close, right? Maybe a little bit, maybe like here. Like you really want to be close to your target with the Skyjunk because its accuracy just falls off so hard. But yeah. Most of the Lizard infantry is dead or in tatters. The dinos are gone. The salamanders are gone. Bastillodon Rev Crystal is still going strong, but it can't kill all of this. As soon as the Iron Hails turns their attention to it, it's going to die too. Oxy's plinking away, but he's not going to carry the entire game by himself. And it looks like he's just plinking away at the Skyjunk, which will take a very, very long time to kill. This is looking very Cathay favored so far. And yeah, like I said, Iron Hails will shred that dino, which can last Lizard Ride. And just look at that dino melt. Pterodons are trying to disrupt some of the gunners, but there's more where that came from. That's the thing. With Iron Hails being so cheap, it's very hard to keep these kind of dinos alive. You really need to be very on top of all your, your disruption micro, your Pterodons, your Rippers, your Feral Cold ones. You really need to disrupt all guns at once, or if they can pick you apart one at a time, you're in a lot of trouble because Iron Hails will shred even the most heavily armored dinos. And yeah, Lizardmen are struggling. That said, they have some more Red Crests coming in, and Red Crests are good reinforcement. They'll chew through Jade Warriors pretty effectively. They are cheap AP. But with so much chaff in the field and with the Skyjunk still in the air, I don't think it's going to go very well for Lizardmen. Cathay is taking objective number 3, and I suspect that this entire blob here is going to push on the objective and take objective number 2, which will result in a fairly swift 3 cap. Yeah. And yep. Sagarkov realizes that, it's a lost cause and does concede, and that'll be our series going to Kark, who advances to the semifinals, I believe. And yeah, the Lizards just got shut down really hard. I think patience is very important in this matchup, regardless of which style you're playing. If you try to go in early against Cathay, you're just not gonna have enough tools to deal with them. Yeah. Iron Hellgunners really did a number on all the Rippers and the Pterodons and the Dinos. Alright, let us find another game to cast. That is Kark taking the series 2-0. Do Let's get that series already started. What games are actually being played? I think it's just... Come on, let's check back in with Bohemian. Did his opponent respond? Okay, Bohemian's not responding to me, which makes me think he's in a game. And I'm looking at the bracket, and so basically Bohemian Shorty is what we're waiting on, and Ulrich and Chroma who are already in game, which we can join them after this game finishes, but that'll be a little bit, I suspect. Well, unfortunately, I think we're just gonna have to wait a little bit for a game. So how are you doing, chat? I assume Bohemian's in game because he isn't responding to me. So, anyway, if you're just joining us, or if you're new to my channel, hi. I am Loud Platy, also as RTK Menacing Platypus. Welcome. I do Total War content. If you're new to the tournament scene and trying to get interested, get involved, great place to start. I have a bunch of educational content on my YouTube channel, and I also host beginners tournaments every weekend. We're going to have one this Sunday, probably at 1 PM EST. Links to all that is in the description, so please check it out. As I said, if you're trying to get in the tournament scene, you never played multiplayer before, even if you have and you're just trying to get better, it's a great resource for people to check out. Do that while I try to get us into one of these games, but it looks like everybody's already started. Without me. Oh, I see a lobby called Platy Tournament with 2 people in it. Blocker. Who dis? Hey, we found Shorty and Bohemian. Nice. So, back with Bohemian. And Sagakov is now Chorty. And I suspect the score is not 2-0, or there wouldn't be a series left to play. So I'm going to go off my hunch that Skaven probably beats Empire, which is what these two were hovering when I joined, and say that Bohemian is probably in the lead. This is a quarterfinal game. They're on Crossing. Okay, Crossing was the first map, so yeah, they've only played the one game. And, okay, oh no, Chorty's in the lead. Okay. 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 Looks like first game was Skaven Empire. Let's see what they get us next. Got Greenskins Dark Elves, okay. This one, in my experience, is a pretty Greenskins favorite, actually. Would you agree, Lucio, our resident Greenskins expert? Speaking of Skaven, you don't know if they have a bad matchup versus Slanesh from Human Boys Tourney. Melfit's Slingers and Spears build was quite effective. Which Slingers was he using? Was he using Gutter Runners, Skaven Slaves, or Night Runners? Also, when did Melfit play that? Because I haven't seen that game. Because in my experience, it has been very, very Slanesh favored. That says 7-0 to Greenskins. Sounds about right. So the thing is, Dark Elves, a lot of their power is in a couple things: Malekith and Scourge Runners. Malekith, I mean, he's fine to Greenskins, but he needs to do a lot just because Greenskins have so much width. Like, he needs to be everywhere at once, and obviously he can't do that. He likes having elite enemy targets to actually hit with breath attacks, as well as Gaze of Malice and Soul Stealer. And Greenskins tend to just flood the field with cheap units, which makes it hard for him to farm value very quickly. Scourge Runners are largely the same way. Their missile attacks, they don't get a lot of ammo, so they really want to focus on high value targets, and Greenskins just deprive them of that. They're going to be forced to shoot things like Squigs, Squig Hoppers, Spider Rider Archers. There's not a lot of high value targets for the Scourge Runners, so they can't really get a lot of value out of their ammo. And then they can't really get into melee because there's so much cheap mass in the form of against squig hoppers, squig herds, spider riders, wolf riders, that kind of thing. So that's like 2 of the Dark Elves' most powerful units, just not getting their value back very easily right off the bat. Dark Elf infantry, despite it being buffed coming to Warhammer 3 and outtraining generally most other infantry, this is one matchup where they are not enough. Even Corsairs will get run right over by just an Orc Boy with a Squig herd attached to it. Just Orc Boys and Squig herds, that combo is so strong in the infantry fight, Dark Elves just crumple. They're so squishy that they get run over very, very quickly, which eliminates the idea of any kind of like static missile line. So you're forced to kind of kite if you want to use your missiles. So, well, yeah, losing the infantry fight means you can't really take, a heavy infantry style because you're just going to lose. You can't really have a stack missile line because you can't protect it if your infantry just folds. So you have to kite, but your strongest kite tool is just not very relevant in this matchup. It was Gutter Runners and Tissue last night. I'll have to take a look because I haven't seen that game. Definitely intriguing, but I'd be very impressed if it was actually, if the build was actually made it Skaven favored. Alright, so yeah. So we do have Malekith for the Dark Elves. He's got Soul Stealer and Noxious Breath. Interestingly, no Gaze of Malice today. He's got Circlet of Iron, which is fine, but no Gaze of Malice. You almost always see Gaze of Malice just because it does really nice damage to infantry, especially against an infantry-heavy faction like Greenskins. Top of that, we got 2 Scourge Runners, quad Corsair handbows. Okay, so he's kiting with handbows mostly. Sisters of Slaughter. Interesting. So these ladies actually, I think they trade up even to every Greenskin infantry, including Black Orcs. I'm not sure how they do against Swig herds though, because they have excellent melee defense, and despite not having AP, their melee defense just allows them to grind so well against even Black Orcs. So I believe they're an old-fashioned pick against Greenskins, but they definitely still have punch if they can avoid this DACA line, because they are lightly armored, like they have 5 armor. So if this DACA line goes on, they'll get melted very, very quickly. And we even have a Doom Diver Catapult. Okay, heavy on the missiles for Greenskins. As well as Wurzag, pretty common. Gaze of Mork and Brainbuster, just spam this passive to give melee attack to his entire army. Black Orc Big Boss, probably just gives ITP to keep his army fighting when Malekith lands, not a bad idea. Swamp Things, the cheapest terror on the Greenskins roster, so just getting a nice terror source. Orc Boys, Goblin Archers, Orc Boys, Orc Boys, Orc Boys, Orc Boys, yeah. Okay. A lot of missiles for Greenskins. You usually don't see that many missiles. Sisters are scary. Yeah, sisters are really hard to kill in melee. I just worry about, like, if it was a typical Greenskins build where it just, it's just Orc Boys and Swig herds, that'd be pretty scary. But with all those missiles, they could actually be in a lot of trouble. Doom Divers are focusing the Scourge Runners. I don't know how effective this is, to be honest. I haven't used Doom Divers in Warhammer 3 at all, I think. So let's take a look, see if they can hit their shots. They did, in that volley, they did less than they did about 400 damage. They did 416 damage. It's not nothing. Over time, maybe. But I really think as Greenskins, you're just not that scared of Scourge Runners. Scourge Runners are now firing in onto the catapult, trying to remove the models as quickly as possible. Gaze of Mork coming in onto the Scourge Runners as well. Scourge Runners have lost a model and things. The closer they get to these catapults, the more accurate the catapults will be. But they're already getting hammered by the counterfire. They've already lost a model. Malekith's dropping a breath attack right on the crew. Don't know if you really need that breath attack, but yeah. They're in trouble. And that Doom Dive is not long for this world. Brainbuster melts those sisters. Yeah, that too. That's the other problem with all elite infantry. Doom Divers are stabilized. They have the Noxious Breath lowers the reload skills. They're not firing as fast. Interesting. I wonder if that was intentional. From Behemoth. On the high ground of Nasty Skulkers and Orc Boys about to absolutely crump those Dread Spears. Dude, we just got this Greenskin Dakalon. This is an interesting approach to this matchup. I haven't seen Greenskins really try this. Death Creepers, not a bad choice. They can come and get some decent poke on Malekith. Honestly, you'd rather see what's the Wolf Rider ROR? Not the Moonhouse, not the melee one, the Skirmish Cav ROR, the AP one. Morgrim's Mangy Marauders. The AP Skirmish Cav does a lot better job poking Malekith. Malekith is, and he's baiting go on this on the catapult, but yeah. Scourge Runners are now caught up in Durket's Swigs. Swamp Things are coming over, and that's the problem. These guys aren't even that effective, aren't even that expensive, so even shooting the Scourge Runners isn't that valuable, and they're just getting destroyed. These Scourge Runners are getting absolutely eaten up. Greenskins are off to an early value lead. Malekith's taking a lot of poke, but he should be able to heal up the Soul Stealer. On the other side, Sisters are coming in, and they will win out against these nasty Skulkers, I would hope. Handbows are starting to fire in, but honestly, the handbows need to start getting busy. They're getting shot at by these Goblin Archers. They need to start shooting back or running away. Either way, just sitting here taking shots is not ideal. Watch out for effigy they get. Does Wurzag have effigy to get? That's a good question. He does not have effigy to get. Good call, though. Because I would definitely, yeah, that's definitely a solid point if there's this many archers, but no effigy. Probably think it's a mistake. You definitely want that to tie down Malekith so we can't just chase you. And look at these animations. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, the Blackrock Big Boss is getting pounded by Malekith, and he should lose that fight pretty handily. Despite having pretty good melee stats for just a cheap melee character. Sisters are grinding away to the Orc Boys very, very quickly. Sorry, someone pinged me in Discord. Manticores coming in. Manticores are always really good against Greenskins. Cheap Terror is always effective against low leadership factions. Scourge are shooting the Swamp Things, I think is probably a mistake. You're not going to be able to make much damage stick to them. You don't have a ton of ammo. You don't have a lot of focus fire from any other missile unit. So they're just going to regen and probably won't even lose any models to that fire. So you'd probably rather have the fire on the Durket Swigs, despite not having, not being a very expensive unit. Durket Swigs are getting all over the Black Arc Corsair Handbows, though. And yeah, now the crumping begins. Greenskin missiles are being very timid. They're just kind of hanging back, but this is a bit of a misplay. Your infantry line's pushing up, your missiles are staying back. You don't want to have those coordinate a little bit more, but Greenskins are still up in value lead for the moment, but Durket Swigs taking hammering from these Crows of Cain. Malekith's gotten in on the Orc Boys and started terror routing. And yeah, I feel like Greenskins just need a little bit of heavier infantry. Wurzag has been caught by Cold One Knights. Is he mounted? Yeah, he's mounted, so he's large. This could be the end of Wurzag. If Wurzag dies here, that could be a huge loss for Greenskins. Greenskins really need their Wurzag. And oh boy, Big Dragon comes in, and Wurzag's not getting out of this anytime soon. Oh, that poor Greenskin, Prophet? Yeah, and he's terror routing. And there's no healing for this bad boy. If he's gone, he's gone. That's a huge loss to the Greenskins. Not just if you lost your Lord, causing leadership problems, you also lose out on those melee attack buffs across your entire army. So losing Wurzag is a huge loss. So we have, is that a Soul Stealer coming in? Wa is popped to try and bail him out, but Soul Stealer coming in. Wurzag's gone, I think. I don't think he survives this one. Yeah, that's a huge loss to Greenskins. That might have brought Bohemian back in this game. It was looking pretty rough for Dark Elves, but without Lords, Greenskins especially, they're going to have a hard time sticking in melee. On the high ground, Sisters have been worn down. Broken Tusk Mob are coming and trying to take care of that Manticore. But in the center, the Dark Elves are starting to have a resurgence. The Chariots are coming in. There's nothing here to stop them. Should be able to run over these archers pretty effectively. Wurzag is down to 240 HP. Okay, he's shattered. Wurzag's gone. That's Lord lost across the entire Greenskin army. Yeah, Lord... Oh no, Lord Routing is not... Why is Lord Routing not applying? Game. Why is Lord Routing not applying? He's shattered. Is that not how that's supposed to work? Is somebody... Is this not how this is supposed to work? I feel like he's shattered. Why is Lord Lost not applying? Why? Okay, Cold War Riders are chasing. They might be able to finish him off. Noxious Breath goes in and gets on the archers. A little bit of interesting breath attacks. Going straight down on top of them, which means not spreading out the damage. So it's not actually killing a whole lot of infantry units. But on the high ground, Cold Wind Riders have come in. Cold Wind Knights, they are going to probably get crumped by these Broken Tusk Mob with the support of the Morgan Ancient Marauders to apply AP as well. And they missed the charge. That's a little bit of a miss micro. Probably focus over here on Malekith, who's getting absolutely shredded by all these archers. And I'm really like stuck on like, why is the Lord Lost not applying? Where's Wurzag? Okay, he's routing. Maybe once he leaves. Okay, Soldier's coming in, heal up Malekith. But Greenskins have a hefty value lead. Dark Elves haven't held an objective yet this game. And they have a lot of units just on the peripherals that need to be desummoned. Bohemian's micro seems to be falling apart. It seems like he tunnel vision on what's happening in the center. And his opponent is really punishing him for it. The Greenskins player is just playing the sides very effectively. He might still be able to scrap this out even without Wurzag. He's just, he's taking the side objectives very, very well. He's playing the map. The Dark Elves just don't have a presence on this map. They have so many kite tools, just haven't gotten value. The Corsair Handbows have gotten shut down very, very effectively. The Scourge Runners got punished. So this is actually looking kind of rough for Dark Elves, even in spite of the Wurzag blunder. So Malekith's also in a lot of trouble. He's taking a lot of damage. And to be fair, that is a bit of, fake value for the Greenskins, just having Wurzag. But I think the Dark Elves, well, I would say the Dark Elves, geez, that was a nice breath attack. Why did that do so much damage? Jeez. I would say the Dark Elves really don't want to fight for Objective 1, but it's too late. Like, you're about to have to be forced into a 3-cap situation, so you have to go take it very, very soon. Wurzag's trying to get on top of some Night Goblins, shooting with all the Corsair handbows. The Dark Elves finally take an objective, and now this backfield for the Greenskins is completely undefended. There's all these archers over here. Have to go clean them up, although they are almost out of ammo. On the other side, Dark Elves are capturing this objective, and they might... No, I don't think they can avoid a 3-cap. I think they have to 3-cap at this point. Okay, and the value lead is getting heavier in the favor of Bohemians. Dark Elves, yeah, and Greenskins are in tatters. I think Dark Elves have this. I think they stabilized. The Greenskin leadership has... I think Wurzag routed off, and finally the Greenskin leadership is taking effect. Show me Lord Lost, please. Lord fled recently. Yeah, minus 16 across the entire army. Okay. And that makes it very, very hard for the Greenskins to hold ground. Even a fairly elite unit like the Broken Tusk mob is at such low leadership from everything. So, looks like we are going all the way to a third game. That said, Troy's not entirely out of this yet. Bohemian has to make sure he manages his resources well and can hold the 3-cap. But it's definitely looking very, very rough for Greenskins. You have like 3 units in fighting shape. This Night Goblin might come back. Morgan's making routes around, but like there's one unit that isn't routing. It's Dirk. Okay, there's a Nest. There's 2 units that aren't routing. Everything else is routing. Literally everything else. So this is probably over. Lord fled ship plowing off the map, right? Is that how that works? I'm not entirely sure. The Lord is still in their hearts, indeed. What, routed recently or died? Yeah, but I feel like Shattered should be the same as routing, otherwise he has to wander all the way this way, and it just takes a while. I feel like as soon as he's like, yep, I'm out of here, then, well, his troops should see that and be discouraged. Needs to be off the map. Okay, yeah. Never play a single match without FG to get. Good both offensively and defensively. Yeah. I don't know, maybe just going for a cheaper option. They kept for a min of 30 seconds. Okay. Which he has, but he's not going to be able to hold for the moment because he's going to lose objective number 3, but he should be able to retake it with the Cold One Ice coming in. They'll finish off Durgus quick. Wurzag gets resummoned, which means the Lord Lost penalty should be gone. Yeah, the Lord Lost penalty is gone. At the same time, you just resummon like a 1500, 1600 gold caster instead of summoning troops that can actually take space. Because Wurzag's buffs aren't that useful without any units to apply them to. Yeah. Yeah, Greenskin player did not bring effigy. He did not, in fact. This is a very interesting Greenskin build, though. He brought Doom Divers and a bunch of Daka. Manticore's rallied, which is good. Terras come in, and even the Manticore can come and snipe Wurzag again, probably. Flood is better than Lost, since Flood will dissipate over time. Does it dissipate entirely? I know recently, for Lord Fled or Lord Died recently, is 16 for a minute or so, and then it goes down to 10. I think that's how it works. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. But yeah, the thing is, yeah, Wurzag's also, he's not going to be long for this world. There's nothing to protect him. Malekith can just get on him whenever he feels like. Bring that Manticore over and do it as well. Yeah, the Terror's coming in. Very, very hard for Greenskins to hold space. Okay, 3-cap is coming back for Bohemian. Swigs are wavering. Yeah, Nasty Skulkers should get lit up as soon as they come out of stock. May have coming in. Executioners, not honestly a bad choice. They are going to dominate pretty much any Greenskin infantry. Still kind of roll with Squigs, but honestly, I think you'd rather just have more cheaper options to spread out to hold the entire map. You need to hold a lot of space. Hey, Breakskid, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. How you been doing? Haven't seen you in a couple of days. 16 to 8. Okay, I don't remember either what the Lord Lost penalty is or how it works. 16 permanent unless we summon. Okay, is that how that works? I'll take your word for it because I have no idea. But yeah, Dark Elves have the 3-cap, and it doesn't look like it's going to be ending anytime soon. Like I said, I would like to see Dark Elf player in this situation just start sending out infantry to hold these objectives. You've got some mobility tools in the field already. You really just need forces to hold objectives so we can't sneak caps. Because at this point, like, you're not going to go down in value trading. you've got so much more on the field that he would have to do a ton of value trading to be on equal footing. All he can do is try to overload an objective by like summoning 3 things here at once and try to take an objective in a very cheeky manner. So having like 2 or 3 infantry units in these positions where they can rotate to either side easily is usually how you want to play this. Also, I'm being DM'd. And Warzag's dead again. And yeah, Shorty realizes that he is out of luck. Fuck. Whoops. Wrong button. I messed up everything. I'm sorry. Still, that was very impressive from Bohemian. I think the blunder with Warzag really cost him, because like I said, that match was usually pretty Greenskin's favored. Like I believe Lucio was saying, it's like 7-1 in total tavern so far. So it's a pretty impressive win from Bohemian. Like I mean, his opponent made a mistake, but Bohemian capitalized on it very, very quickly and did a good job of it. So yeah, okay, these Corsairs got a lot more value than I thought they did. I thought they got shut down pretty heavily. Sisters got shut down. Malekith did Malekith things. Golden Knights did really well. Executioner has barely touched melee. Yep, seems about right. I wonder how many times these guys were summoned, because I know it was at least twice, but that's still a hefty amount of value. Alright, so we are going on to an ace match. Let's get our blocker back up. Everything is evened out, and I believe we're going on to Mountains of Morning. Alright. Waiting for patch / news. Well, the news is that it's not getting updated till April, at least April at the earliest. I believe was the news we got. So you'll be waiting a long time, my friend. So Chorty's on Skaven. And Bohemian's still on Dark Elf, so he isn't picked yet. High Elves. Interesting. This is a matchup I haven't played myself. I'm inclined to believe it's probably Skaven favored. That said, High Elves definitely have some tricks up their sleeves. So yeah, actually, I'm thinking, okay. So the dynamic I'm thinking of is High Elf archers, like pretty much every variant of archer, really heavily outranges, globes, that kind of thing. So your Skaven require higher range missiles, either plague claws or guns, but most often the answer to archers has been mortars. I'm thinking the thing a High Elves could do is just take an archmage on a bird, armor of the stars, go invisible, and just drop a spell and one-shot mortars probably. So if you can delete the enemy long-range missiles, then the High Elves can actually kite Skaven pretty effectively with just cheap archer spam. Or Shadow Walkers, actual proper kite. That might even work in spite of the mortars. So if the Skaven can't scout you, if you can just fade back into stealth after every volley and just avoid getting counterfired, maybe High Elves can do this. Stealth Bunicaster. So Stealth Bunicaster is good against Jezzails and Rattling Guns and Globes, but it doesn't actually kill mortars because mortars have way fewer models. For reference, so Jezzails have 32, Rattlings have 32, mortars have 12, so they're actually a lot more resilient to Buna. Reavers are really too good to his light cav. They're alright. I mean, just having light cav is a plus. High Elves could also go full rush. They could do like Rangers, light cav, and some chariots. Make themselves a nuisance. But I feel like on a map as tight as, Mountains of Morn, the kite style is probably a little more effective. Hate how Skaven 100% best strategy with power grab cheese. It's not really a strategy, it's just a tech piece. Who is DMing me? But yeah, power grab is very, very strong. I mean, every faction would love +8 leadership across your entire army, so. Okay. Interesting Skaven build. Elf build is still under construction. Not bad. You playing casting? I'm just casting today. I didn't really feel like playing. I mean, it's one that's needed every single game. Yeah. I guess I was criticizing terminology more than the intent of the message, which is just splitting hairs, I guess. No, it is very, very strong. I feel like people overrate globes a lot. Globes are really, really easy to shut down in my experience. Skaven are just so shit at protecting missiles. Like the missiles, yes, in a vacuum, their missiles do a ton of damage. Like they're very, very good for their price point. But Skaven are just so bad at protecting them that it's so easy to shut them down. At least, you know, at the high levels it is. I don't know, maybe I have a different perspective because I'm just, I don't know. Because I am a top tier player, I might have a different perspective, but that's been my experience, that globes, both playing Skaven and playing against Skaven, they feel super easy to shut down. Globes just don't really scare me at all, playing against Skaven. I mean, they're still what you play around. Like, that's the Skaven identity, is like, they have these strong weapon teams, but they're really shitty at protecting them. And that's like the Skaven identity, and that's cool, and that's fairly unique, so I'm okay with that. But for me, at a top tier player level, it doesn't feel oppressive in any way. Now, that also, you know, obviously it's going to be changed based on matchups. Like, some factions are better at shutting them down than others, but that's, I mean, again, it's not unique to Skaven that some factions have better matchups. Globes will be fine once power grab is fixed. Well, if they're going to be fine once power grab is fixed, then it's not a globe problem, it's a power grab problem. You have mentioned before, most people tell you you're wrong. About what? Mentioned what before? Which part? F-pod? It would be worse protecting them without power grab? Yeah, like I said, it's a power grab problem. And I don't think that's how power grab is supposed to function. You're supposed to play with Kark now? Are you in the semis, Ulrich? Or which game are you in? Go ahead and get started. We'll catch up with you if we need to. Go ahead and get started, Ulrich. Oppressive Cleansing Ruin. I've had mixed results with Cleansing Ruin. I don't know. I haven't played around with Cleansing Ruin enough myself to really know. I know, like, I've seen it be very effective, but I've also seen it be pretty useless. So I'm really not sure about Cleansing Ruin. I need to test it some more. Can't bring any Lord no region under 8 HP and slaves. Oh yeah, globes are fairly easy to shut down. Yeah, globes are really easy to shut down. I mean, if you let your Lord get close enough to ick it, I guess. Is it just a Lord sniping tool? Is that what people use Cleansing Ruin for? I don't think that's that useful, to be honest. I don't know, maybe it is. The last people in this car often fair. I mean, isn't that true for most aspects of life? The loudest people often are quite wrong. Anyway, let's get into this game. We can talk more about. We can shit talk Skaven more after this. I have a blocker up. I should remove that blocker. Okay, so High Elves. We have an Archmage of Death with Buna and Armor of the Stars, but she is on a horse, it looks like. Okay, but still, generally the same idea I was talking about. Silverin Guard, Lothern Sea Guard, Archers, Silverin Guard, and looks like Shadow Warriors. Yep, okay, kind of what I was talking about. Then on this side, we have a huge contingent of Skaven skirmishers as well. Night Runners, Gutter Runners. I worry these guys can get out-traded by the High Elf Archers. They're outranged heavily, they're not armored, they're not shielded. Although these aren't shielded Lothern either, so maybe? But they're just so heavily outranged. The main force we have, to the surprise of no one, Chieftain, no Lord, Natty Boobos, Skaven Slaves, Globes. You know, a smattering of cheap chaff. Pretty normal. Okay. So yeah, High Elves did opt in for more of that kite style I was talking about. But I'm really concerned about these Night Runners just getting outranged and or run down by Illyrian Reavers. One of the two. Compared to Trial Trans and Cleansing. Yeah. Yes, but I don't consider Trial Trans a good spell either. So, like, yeah, it's better than Final Trans, but I don't consider Final Trans to be very good. The Reavers coming in, and yeah, if they can spot these skirmishers. Actually, the Night Runners did get spotted. They left the trees for a moment, so these cav are coming right for them. They know they're there, and these guys will get mulched by any light cav. They're so squishy. They're so squishy. Caster running into the line is a bit of an odd one. She's gonna take a lot of damage. These guys have actually pretty good damage output because they have, they have a good deal of models. Buna on the gutter runners. Okay, that's a. If you're gonna shoot one of these, the gutter runners, he probably doesn't see any other good targets, which is fair. There's not a lot of good targets you can see. All of the night boobos are a bit hidden. These gutter runners are a lot of trouble though. They can run down with these cav very easily. You're gonna need to see some wolf rats come out over here and try to peel them off, but don't know if it's gonna be enough. Though the poke is pretty substantial. They can just split up, and yeah, the Loon Reavers do break off pursuit. Buna does kill off the gutter runner pretty effectively, so not entirely a waste of them, I guess. Got more Silverin coming in. Honestly, I feel like if you just post the Silverin, like, right here and block this pathway, the gutter runners are forced to shoot into their shields the entire time. Probably don't even pay for themselves if they spend all their ammo. We have clan rats. Yeah, Skaven can't see this Shadowwalker. So fun fact, if the objective doesn't have anything on it, you won't see these arrows. So the Skaven should or could know that these archers are here based on the fact that they're being capped. Now that the cap point is open, obviously they can tell much more easily, but even so, if there's nothing on the objective, it won't have any arrows. If the objective isn't unlocked and it does something on it, it'll have an up arrow and a down arrow. Anyway, Greyseer does come in. Plague with Vermintide, Pestilent Breath, Warpsome Scroll, Unholy Glamour, Bound Scorch. So, okay. Wolf Rats coming in. They should be able to just tear apart these Shadow Warriors, I assume. Actually, no. They should probably smack those Wolf Rats in melee. What are you popping? Is that Unholy Clamor? Okay, a bit of an early Unholy Clamor. Your leadership is doing fine. You don't really need that just yet. Clan Speed is being charged by Lyrian Reavers. Still does good damage despite being spears. And yeah, like I said, these Silver can just walk at these Night Runners. They're not going to kill them. They have Silver Shield and 75 armor. They're going to be fine against all three of those units. So they can just walk forward. The House are off to a pretty early value lead. And yeah, the Archers are tearing apart Clan Rats. Yeah, Skaven don't seem to have a good answer to all these long-range Archers. You really need some kind of long-range missile, either mortars or plague claws, something like that to deal with them. I don't know how this build deals with all of these archers. Yeah, got Night Runners. Yeah, like I said, one Silver is pushing up all those skirmishers. Chieftains into spears, and honestly, Chieftain needs to be very careful. If there's anything they can punish a Chieftain on the High Elf roster, if they can kill that Chieftain, they can remove that power grab, and that'd be huge. There's some Scorches coming in, as well as a Pestilent Breath. Does some pretty good damage, but these are Silverins, so they are spell resistant. Chieftains onto the Lothing Sea Guard, but they are spears naturally, so they'll do just fine against him. And yeah, Hauser's sitting and shooting. I have Archmage taking a good chunk of damage, and honestly I think that's a good chunk of the Skaven's value accrued so far. It's just damage on that Archmage, because nothing else seems to be taking a whole lot of damage. And Hauser looking to be in a pretty good spot. They killed off some of the skirmishers. Natty Boobos are shooting. Okay, the Puna goes to Natty Boobos, and that's huge. That's a ton of value for High Elves very, very quickly. Yeah. It's like a 1,300 gold unit, just one shot, and that's, yeah. Fun and interactive spell, that one. Fun and interactive. I like to see these Shadow Warriors get a little more active. They're just kind of holding this point when they're really not the best unit for that. You have the Spear unit do that. Bring these guys over here so I can pot shots in that way. Bring them around, shoot whatever you can. So having them idle seems like a tragedy. Like, they're just such an expensive unit. That's like almost 3k gold invested, and they're just sitting there doing nothing. I'd really like to see... Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. The Arcane Phoenix. I saw that in the reinforcements. You really want it to come in and punish these single entities. They're just getting really, really big for their britches. Globes are coming in, and they need to be focused immediately by the Archers. Chieftain's trying to prevent the Archers from firing. Jeez, that's a nice charge. Knocks over all of the Archers, prevents them from firing, but Globes should be in trouble regardless. And yeah, I'd really love these Shadow Warriors to come over here and start peppering Globes. You can fire over these things. You can fire over here if you get the right angle. Just get over here, punish that. The Chieftain's in a lot of trouble. If he loses power grab, it could be big. So Globes are firing in, doing a really, really good job killing off these Archers. Although these are basic Archers, so it's not a whole lot of value accrued. The Warlock... Sorry, the Greyseer is getting focused fire, but yeah, this Chieftain's in a lot of trouble. This bird can chase him off. And as we've discussed, power grab is very powerful, so if they lose it, that's a big deal. There's a huge Skaven contingent in the center that's just not really doing a whole lot at the moment. Again, I'd like to see all these units get more active. There's a lot of idle units on the battlefield for both players. You really need to see something happening. I feel like this is pretty common in Mountains of Morn. Players just don't really know how to allocate their units through these choke points. So maybe I'll make a video on that at some point. But yeah, the Chieftain is terror routed, but until he's dead, power grab is still active. That said, these Globes are chasing. They have an attack order on something that ran away, so they're just chasing too far, and that's a bit of a micro slip from Chorty. Value lead is very, very heavily in the favor of the High Elves. It's looking really rough for Skaven. Grey Seer is just stuck up in a bunch of spears and getting shot by archers, and he's in a lot of trouble. As soon as that Arcane Phoenix is done with the Chieftain, it can go over there and kill off those the Grey Seer. High Elves do have value ticket lead, or objective ticket lead as well, as they're holding both side objectives. The side objective is being held only by Night Runners and some Clan Rats, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a back gap. Once this side is secured, just bring all these troops in here and take the center objective. Skaven are being forced to push very far forward because they're outranged just to chase down the enemy units. And this Chieftain needs to be chased off because Power Grab is still active while he's routing. Something. Illyrian Reaver, Arcane Phoenix, even just send a volley of arrows and he's probably dead. And this bird needs to come over here and fight this Grey Seer and kill it off because it's also in a pretty bad position and not allowed to protect it. But yeah, 2-to-1 value, almost 2-to-1 value in favor of Bohemians High Elves. It's looking pretty rough for Skaven. Shadow Warriors are starting to get active, and they should be able to tear apart these Rat Ogres. What you want to do is just take your archers in all different directions, take, like this. That way they can only chase one, well, two, because there's 2 Rat Ogres, and just pick them apart with the other archers while they're running. Lyran Reavers come in. Please kill off that Chieftain. Come on, he's got 93 HP. One charge will kill him. Come on, anything. Because Power Grab is still active. Right. Yeah, half archers are starting to get worn down and or use up all their ammo. Bolt thrower was an interesting decision right there. There was nothing protected from these Rat Ogres, so it's going to be basically free lunch. Chieftain does rat off the map, which means Power Grab is finally gone, which is huge for the High Elves. Shadow Warriors are running away from these Rat Ogres. Once this bird comes over here, they can probably take the fight. They have really good melee stats for an archer unit, 38-34 with martial prowess active. They'll beat the Night Runners, and with the Terror route and with the Terror supply, they will be in a good spot. Right side is still being very solidly held by the High Elves. All the Skaven units are routing, as is their wont. I'd love to see that bird, once it's free up, to come and kill that Grey Seer, because like I said, there's nothing to protect it. You can kill it off very easily. It's down to only 25k hit points. Not 25k, 2.5k. 25k would be, you know, absurd. Elf Mage is free again. Cast Buna on the Stormvermin Halberds. Honestly, I don't hate Stormvermin Halberds here. Aside from spells, there's not a whole lot to punish them. That said, they're still a pretty pricey unit for not a lot of stats. Rat Ogre's doing a good job shutting down these archers for the time being. Night Runners are trying to take back the objective, but honestly, I'd like to see, now that the globes are gone, just bring up some spears. Just basic spears, Silverin, even Rangers can do really, really well. There's not a lot to punish them left. Globes can run down by cavalry. Bolt throwers are trying to fire, but there's Rat Ogre sitting on their face. These archers about to have ammo. I'd like to see them desummoned here pretty soon. Maybe Archmage, probably rolling along WOM. They've cast, what, 3 Bunas that we've seen so far, and I believe that's all you get? Yeah, 3 Bunas is all you get. So unless she brought another spell, or she's something that generates reserves, she doesn't. She's still a Spirit Leech, so Spirit Leeching shall begin. Or should begin. Archers are gone. I think High Elves are running a little low on units on the battlefield. A lot of their archers have run their course and run out of ammo, but Skaven are still able to flood the field with lots and lots of bodies, as, you know, the Vermintide is kind of their thing. Skaven are flooding back onto Objective 1, and I think the big mistake High Elves made here is just trying to play all 3 objectives. We don't have to. That said, I definitely think High Elves are still in a pretty good spot, but the value is actually getting a little closer for the Skaven. That said, their Chieftain is dead, which means Power Grab is gone, but they still haven't suffered Lord Loss penalties because, again, same reason. Bird should be able to tear out these guys, but honestly, I really like to see just some basic infantry. You need some Rangers, some Spears. I feel like High Elves have a lot of value acquiring tools, you know, things like the Archers, all these Cav, but they don't have a lot to actually like sit on an objective, and they really, really need that, I feel like. Some Silver are coming up, but yeah, more and more Cav. And what was that? Did you guys see that unit icon appear there for a second? But I do like this. There's nothing here to protect objective number 2. So you just bring these Cav in, they'll run over the globes. Caster can come in and help clean up all these other guys. You can sack objective number 1. You have a ticket lead, an objective ticket lead as High Elves. So you just need to hold 2 and 3, which you should be able to do pretty easily. You can just, you know, sack this one. You've done your piece there. Take these Cav, walk them over here. Take this objective. You're taking this objective already with your Shadow Warriors. You're in a pretty good spot. Phoenix is fighting the Rat Ogres, but they should be just fine. That Phoenix has a lot of HP. It should win that fight pretty handily. Archers are firing into the Clan Rats. Probably mistaken to shoot the Rat Ogres if you can. Clan Rats can run down by the Cav. But yeah, this is looking pretty rough for Skaven. And yeah, Bohemian's making the right decision. Yep, he realizes this is a lost cause, brings his Cav over here, exactly as I was saying. Perfect. Exactly what you want to see. More archers coming in. Not a bad idea. Cheap archers can put a lot of hurt on those Rat Ogres, which are a big part of the threat at the moment. Chieftain is back, which means so is Power Grab. But it might be a bit too little too late. It's kind of the same thing we saw with Wurzag last game, where you resummon him, but he can't do his job anymore because you don't have units to support. It's a supportive piece without units to support. which kind of sucks. I mean, Skaven have a few units, but like you'd rather just have more units with low leadership than a few units with an extra 8 leadership, I think. Center objective is going in favor of the Skaven, and I'd love to see this bird come over here and finish off this Grey Seer. He's so low. Come on, just take this pigeon and go kill him. I guess it doesn't matter at this point. He's probably low on WOM at this point, and he's not the Lord. I keep thinking these guys are the Lord, but obviously, you know, Skaven tech, so they're not. Elves are controlling both 2 and 3 at the moment, which is enough for them to win on. And Skaven have made, well, I would say it's a mistake. Like, it's a forced choice where, like, he's left 1 uncontested, which means Bohemian is going to bring up these spears and try to take it. The thing is, if he leaves things to hold 1, he can't take 2 or 3, and he has to take at least 1 of them. So he kind of has to dedicate the forces elsewhere, but at the same time, he leaves himself open to backcap. And yeah, all of these slingers and Skaven slaves can run over by cav very, very quickly. They don't have much capture weight as they're expendable. Those are Stormvermin halberds, which actually get a lot of damage from those silver helms on the charge. Jeez, silver helms have a really nice charge bonus. 64 charge bonus is crazy good. But I really want to see more high elf holding infantry. Come on, where are the spears, the silver, and the rangers? You need something. You cannot let your phoenix be idle in the trees over here. You need your Terrasaurs to help rout off all these rout ogres. Maybe kill that caster, something like that. You know, maybe kill this guy right here who has only 500 HP. Maybe if he died, that'd be a bit of a win. Because he does still have those global buffs, replenishing vigor and applying leadership, so getting rid of him would be a good idea, I think. Yeah. Stormvermin halberds are going to be difficult to remove from the center point, so maybe you just take your cav and rotate over to objective 1. There's not a real good means of removing the Stormvermin halberd, and I don't think you need to. I think you can just play the rotation game, you know, with your elite cav, well, fairly elite cav. Just avoid them. Just play the side objectives, keep capturing them. Skaven do take the center, which means they should be able to push off being forced into a 3-cap situation for quite some time. They're still down about 2k values, so they're still in a lot of trouble. Gutter runners coming in, but they should lose to spearmen if they ever end up in melee. These archers should be able to shoot them off the objective just fine as well. I don't know, it's kind of scrappy. The value is a little, like... The value would make you think it's much more in high elves' favor than it is. It's like, against a faction like Skaven, like, they're routing off all the time. They don't have high leadership, so they're routing off all the time. You're not killing them off entirely, so you're not getting a ton of value against them. So you would expect the value to be a little more in the Skaven favor, but... Despite that, the high elves are in a huge value lead, and they're still struggling. And now their units are dying off objective 3, and there's nothing coming in to hold it. Come on. Rangers, silver, and anything. And the bird is still AFK. Come on, Bohemian. Okay, he is taking objective number 1, but actually not quite. The Grey Seer is going to save it. These cav should be able to come and save him, but that bird would make a huge difference. It was just terror routing. Okay, he is taking objective number 2. The Stormvermin halberds are being routed off. Unholy Clamor is keeping them on for the moment, along with the, you know, power grab. But Unholy Clamor wears off, and that should be the leadership breaking. If only there was a Terrasaurus to ensure they left. Being really sassy, but, you know, it's a pretty egregious mistake. Like, this kind of thing can lose you a tournament game very, very easily, losing your Terrasaurus. And it's like an 800 gold investment. It's just sitting over there, which is probably why the value seems so skewed, is because there's almost 2k gold sitting over there not doing anything. But the High Elves do manage to take back 2 objectives. The Skaven infantry are in tatters once again. There's some Rat Ogres coming in, supported by some, what are those? Spears? Skaven Slave Spears? Yeah. But the Rat Ogres are so much faster, they're going to get here first. Most likely, his opponent might grows very, very effectively. Nightmares are shooting in. Skaven are making an attempt to try and retake objective number 1, but this Grey Seer is very low health and needs to die. He needs to die. Yeah. Bird's almost all the missing value for Skaven. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, the bird's finally back in the fight, but now I think he's probably in the wrong fight. You probably want him on one of the points you need to take. I've said it before, said it many times. It's usually easier to just hold an objective you already have than take an objective you don't have. So you probably just prefer to see the bird come over here and fight these ogres, or come over here and kill this caster, like either of those things. Like, how much value does this bird even accrued for itself? 700. Yep. Like, this bird is the reason it's close. Like, this game shouldn't be that close. That said, Skaven don't have to 3-cap just yet. It's getting close. Math is hard, but it is getting close. So if Skaven can hold 2-cap, that said, all that's saying between the High Elves and capturing objective 3 is a singular Skaven Slave Spear. And Bohemian has done a very, very good job of, like, forcing his opponent to dedicate resources everywhere. To be fair, though, his opponent has also done a very, very good job of, like, he's hanging on everywhere. He's just microing all these Skaven slaves and Rat Ogres very, very effectively and keeping himself in the game just by the skin of his dead Skaven slaves. And yeah, looks like the micro is being taxed on both sides. Both players have a lot of idle units sitting around that need to be desummoned, turned into cash, and bring into back on the map as extra reinforcements. And if I'm doing my math correctly, hold on. I think they're on course for a draw. I think they are perfectly on course for a draw. If no points flip, they will have a draw. So somebody needs to take an objective, and it looks like it's going to be the Skaven. So whoever takes the objective first will be in a good position to win this. And looks like it's going to be the Skaven. Yeah, it looks like the Skaven are coming back at the 11th hour. And yeah, just need some holding infantry, man. Where are the Silverin at? I know you have them. You started them. Bring them back. Why are you the Silverin peeling trying to kill the Rat Ogres? Send them on the point. You got to take around High Elves. And that's a 3-cap for Skaven. Oh, that's really rough. They're going to force... Yeah. They only do 2 caps to win, which means High Elves have to take back 2 objectives. I think that's Skaven winning this. I think that Skaven might win this. Which is just insane. Like, that was so High Elf favored for so long. But Shorty's been just scrapping his way back into it, taking scraps where he can, holding objectives very, very well, just sending bodies at space to just hold on. Yeah. That's coming in to hold objective number 2, and yeah, there's nothing to take these side objectives for the High Elves in time. Shadow Warriors aren't what you need to take an objective. You need Rangers. You really need Rangers. Rangers would do so much for you in this late game scenario. Yeah. I don't think High Elves can retake in time. I think that's going to be Chorty advancing to our semifinals. Damn, that was a close one. That was a very close game. Who was pinging me? Okay, don't care right now. Yeah, there's not enough High Elves left on the field. The value has equalized pretty heavily for the Skaven. I gotta credit that bird in the corner. Like, if that bird hadn't been sitting over in this corner for 3-4 minutes, that could have gone so much better for the High Elves. They could have terrored, scaling off the objectives much more effectively, and actually held on for a lot longer. Like, and, you know, there's the icing on the cake. The Lord dies. That's so unfortunate. That's gotta feel really bad if you're a Bohemian. Like, he probably should have won that. He was out to a pretty heavy lead. I think his opening was much stronger. I think his starting build was probably better. But, like, that bird cost him so much. And I think he should have had, like I said, you know, some kind of holding infantry. Or even, like I said, Rangers as well would do very, very effectively in that late game scenario. So like I said, he's Silver and he just never resummoned them, and I really think he should have. Yeah, he had a single Ranger. I think you need another 1 or 2. I don't think the Bolt Throwers do a whole lot for you. I didn't even notice there were Dragon Princes. I just assumed they were other Silver Helms. Dragon Princes are probably also an overinvestment. Like, Silver Helms do everything they do in this matchup. There's nothing you really need Dragon Princes to kill. Caster got a lot of value. She was fighting the entire time in melee as well as casting some pretty money Bunas. These Night Runners, well, these guys were summoned a million times, but still, they did some pretty good work. These Night Runners have good melee stats and decent missile stats, so for their price and being, you know, a cheap Vanguard summon, they're pretty handy to have a Skaven, but that will be Chorty taking our series 2-1. So that means he will advance to face, I believe that's ODM Tretch in the semifinals. Sorry, Hanniden's. Tretch was the one Bohemian beat. It's Hanniden's. So we'll probably just follow him since this series has already begun. We won't try to interrupt them. So we'll just watch Chorty versus Hanniden's. So I can just go ahead and take this and give it to Hanniden's. Yeah, that was really close. Let's get this up. And now instead of Bohemian, we have his clanmate, Hanniden's. Whoops. And we can reset the scores, and then I can catch up with chat, because I see you guys have been talking a bunch. Alright, where do we leave off? That's right, we were talking about Skaven. Yeah. Club's fairly shut down, yeah. Can't bring a lord with that. Yeah, okay, we saw that. Lots of confidence in the discords. Yep. I mean, that's the thing, is like, I'm not trying to insult people here, but like, it's... What am I trying to say? It's easy to be confident if you don't realize what you're missing, I guess. I was pushing for blobs, for example, Soul Seal or other spells. Ah, that's what I've been doing wrong. Single entities, okay. Use damage to make the damage tracker, that's possible. There's a lot of things that don't work very well in the damage tracker regards. Joy of Skaven, don't go micro, just go micro a lot. Fair enough. Did I do my math wrong? Okay. Kobo, you Aaron Rodgers, because that boy can throw! Bob! Or I've just MC elves lose. I feel like you should be used to that by now, Loopy. I feel like you've seen elves lose a lot. Good time they didn't bring Altharion. Altharion is not that good. IMO. He's really squishy and doesn't do a whole lot. You just like Trash Lord Altharion? One day he'll be meta? Fair enough. I mean, there's one way to make him good if you just want to shamelessly abuse the bugs. One way to make him good. What do you think the most optimal way to shoot out Globadiers as high elves? Probably just basic archer spam. Because, like, I mean, they have what, 100 armor? So, like, unless you're opting for sisters, which is probably just a bad idea against Skaven, because they get punished very easily. Just getting the like cheapest archers, like it's just the basic archers without the armor, and they're what, like 400? I can't remember, like 4 or 425, something like that. So just mass volleys at like 180 range, like 3 times the globe's range, does really well. Of course, can be meta, anyone can be meta, but Gorst has a Lord Ascension, so he's automatically one of the better lords in the game. He's automatically one of the best. Alright. While these guys are making their picks, I'm going to use the restroom, so I'll be back with you in a moment. Alright, I'm back. We have Zinch Cathay? Jordy was hovering Zinch before I left, so might not have picked yet. Not sure. Cathay Empire. I don't think I've seen this matchup yet. We get something new. $450? Okay. Oh yeah, just mass amounts of cheap, super long range archers to outrange the globes. Okay, so Empire Cathay. What do I expect we'll see? Well, I expect we'll see the Sunmaker. So we always see the Sunmaker. I don't think the Empire's going to bring war wagons because things like cannons, crane gunners, iron hail can do tons of work against them. So what is going on? Why is this not working? So I expect, thanks to the power of friendship and the Sunmaker, the Empire will have artillery dominance. Like, I think Cathay probably just can't bring much artillery. Might be able to get away with crane gunners because of their low model count and spread formation. They're pretty resilient to that kind of artillery fire. But I'm really not sure what Cathay can do here. I feel like the Sunmaker is just so oppressive against them. Flying Cloak of Jet thing. Yeah, they can drop spells on like 1 or 2 artillery pieces, but I guess they could get the Sunmaker that way, but I feel like, I don't know. The Empire could definitely bring more. It's not uncommon to see the Empire take, more Hellstorm rocket batteries or cannons or something like that, especially in matches against other artillery factions. Because Empire cannons, and to some extent Hellstorms, can outshoot other artillery pretty effectively. So, never want to play Zinch into Cathay. Zinch into Cathay isn't unwinnable. It's definitely pretty hard, but Zinch can do it. It's kind of tricky though. The thing is, Cathay has always struggled at killing Silver Shield infantry, so Chaos Warriors are still hard for them to remove. Also, Blue Fire is good in every matchup, so they can still poke down Cathay really hard. I still feel Longma. These Talons or Halberd Summon. Yeah. Skill Sunmaker potentially. The Halberd Summon isn't super effective, so what most players usually do is when they see the Halberd Summon coming down, they just dismount the crew and run. Which stops them from firing for a time, but doesn't kill it. And I don't know if Talons one-shots artillery crews. I feel like I've tested that and I can't remember. They have an arms race. Yeah. Yeah, the Sunmaker. Definitely a problem. I'm just happy we're not going to see goddamn war wagons. That's all I'm happy about. Maybe just bad at Zinch. 100% I am bad at Zinch. So Zinch is one of those factions that, like, at the top level, like when you have players like Void or Anticity or Houseplant playing them, they look really, really strong. But that style is so hard to pull off. So if you don't have like the god tier micro and understanding of like exactly what your win condition is, Zinch is pretty tough to play, I think. The thing is, Zinch has a lot of like very precise tools, like Blue Fire, Soul Grinders, Skirm Cav. Like, if you're hitting the exact target you need to hit, they can kill it. if you waste your ammo or your spells or whatever on just chaff or just not the ideal target, suddenly you just don't have the tools to deal with what you need to deal with. Why do I hate war wagons? Because they don't take any damage in melee. They have buggy ass hitboxes, so even when they do get in melee, even if, because like the counter chariots has always been cav on paper, but chariots in general, but most specifically war wagons, they have buggy ass hitboxes. So even if you do catch them, if you do find the manage to catch them, which they're fast and they shoot the shit out of you while you're approaching, if you do manage to get on them, they turn and they walk away from you and you can't damage them. So unless you're playing a faction that can actually outshoot them, you just can't deal damage to them. Because they're going to outshoot whatever else you have, because they have 150 range, excellent missile strength. Then if you're cav, even if you get into melee with cav, then they're just going to walk away from you while shooting, so they're going to kill your elite cav, or even cheap cav. And then they have so much ammo that they don't care which one they shoot. So yeah, and they can be healed on top of all that. Even if they do take damage, they can be healed. Missile chariots just, when they're strong, they aren't an interactive unit type. And while yes, I do like playing Dark Elves and using Scourge Runners, I think War Wagons just are even worse. I think War Wagons are the worst example. And we had a drop. Oh, screenshotting builds. Who dropped? Ready. Alright, I'm gonna have the players rehost. Because sometimes that happens because we stayed in the lobby from the last game. Release Scourge Runner True Hell. So I've heard. I didn't play back then, so I don't actually know. Alright, new lobby code. Okay, I got two different lobby codes from both players, so I'll let them sort that out. Actually, no, I won't. I'll just join this one. Scourge Runners aren't the least fitting to the game to play against. Okay, so imagine Scourge Runners, but they have effectively infinite ammo, can be healed. Yeah, they hit a lot harder. Like, I realize a lot of people don't like Scourge Runners, and yeah, they're bullshit for the same reason, but Scourge Runners at least run out of ammo quickly. Empire biased? Well, you're not welcome here anymore. Go away. We don't like Empire players around here. I liked the Empire, like in Warhammer 2, I played a bunch of the Empire. In Warhammer 3, I just can't. Like, when it's just War Wagon spam and the Sunmaker, it's just not fun to play as or against. So, like, Empire's like one of my favorite, or my least favorite factions in the game at the moment. They're just not interesting. Their entire identity is defined around one unit. Which, yeah, again, you can say the same for Dark Elves, but Dark Elves at least have other good tools. You know, their Cheap Cav is good, Corsairs are good, their infantry is really heavily buffed, so it's really good. Dark Rider Repeaters are good, Malekith. The Empire, it's like, nope, we have, you know, we have War Wagons and War Wagon accessories. Well, Sigma heard that? Oh no. Okay. The oh no is referring to my game going white for a second. Not in the fact that Sigmar heard that. Sigmar's a little bitch. Cav is good now too? Yeah, their Cav is good. That's the thing. And nobody ever fucking uses it because you have War Wagons. if Empire was a Cav faction, just played around, you know, Reichsguard, Empire, Knights of the Blazing Sun, that'd be awesome. Like, that's a fun style. It's fun. It's interactive. Like, even if it's really strong, like, it still feels like you can do something about it. It's like, if Empire was playing the Cav, I'd like it, because that's, like, their identity. It's like, you know, Powder and Cav. That's what's good about them. Now it's just war wagons. Which, yeah. Used to technically they're Powder. When I think Powder, I think cannons, I think handgunners, that kind of thing. War wagons are just bullshit. The Lords are mostly viable. What's the Lords of Magic options? Yeah. That's the thing. The Empire has so many other cool things in their roster that you never get to see because it's just war wagons. So, there's my rant on war wagons. Alright, Cathay build. We have just a ton of infantry and a couple of peasant archers to proc harmony. Then we have the double alchemist just for the Master Elemental Winds battery to increase spell intensity. We have Storm of Shadows, Cloak of Jet, Missile Mirror, and Talons of the... Missile Mirror. That's your solution to the Sunmaker. That's amazing. Which we do have. The Sunmaker, we have three other Hellstorm rocket batteries, just mass amounts of missiles. And this build is very well suited to dealing with infantry spam. Very, very well suited to dealing with infantry spam. Top that we have crossbows, spears, and an Amber Wizard with a Manticore Summon and Flock of Doom. Use a bunch of the roster? Okay. Well, you're a respectable player then. But yeah, that's the thing. Is like, if you don't just spam War Wagons and the Sunmaker, then it's a much weaker faction. And behold. Oh, they all just fired at the caster. This is one way to mitigate Sunmaker value. Like, as the Emperor player, you should never let this happen. You should never be on fire at will for this reason. It should never happen. Is that a War Wumpus? That's a Wujing War Wumpus. Okay, it's very good for clearing out infantry, and I guess the Thunderbolt is actually pretty good for killing artillery too. Celestial Lightning, yeah. But yeah, these Hellstorms are just gonna tear apart all this infantry very, very quickly. There's an horseman coming in, which means Handon's probably pretty desperate right off the bat because he realizes he needs to shut down all this artillery. He doesn't have a good means of doing it. His peasant horsemen shouldn't be allowed to get in the cookie jar here. There's a bunch of spears. There's a Vanguard swimming point, which for actually there's not a lot of Vanguard Cav, but yeah, Empire Cav can come in and just deal with them. One Empire Cav probably beats 2 peasant horsemen. Watching Chase walk across the map doesn't hurt my feelings much. Fair enough. Yep, this really hurts Cathay. Cathay, what you should do against this in this situation as the person Cathay stands, against Cathay's shoes, is walk down here and just hide behind all these pieces of cover. Just hide behind the terrain pieces so they can't shoot you. So we do have a Talons Knight come down on a Hellstorm Rock Battery, but not the Sunmaker, notably. And is it going to kill it? Nope, it's still firing, still has 4 models. Yep. I said these peasant horsemen are getting in, bit of a micro lapse from Shorty. His spear's coming to block it, but he should be able to force path. Okay, there's the Empire Knights. Yep. But he still have another one coming around the backside. Should be able to get on the Sunmaker. Artillery crews are very, very squishy, so he might be able to get away with that before his opponent is able to peel them off. But don't know. The spears are going to be able to saturate and take some of the damage, which is good. The Empire is getting up entire 100% of map control. Like, they just can't be on the map because they're trying to defend all this artillery. So, and we do have a War Wagon. Yay. But that means Cathay can get an early 3-cap, and if Cathay can, like I said, get a 3-cap and then hide behind terrain pieces so they can't get shot, they'll be in a good spot. In that field, the Sunmaker is getting beaten down, but the artillery pieces are still intact, so if the crew survives at all, they'll still be able to take care of things. Looks like one of the Hellstorm Rock Batteries has been routed off, and I don't see the... okay, there's the other one. But more and more Peasant Horsemen coming in, as well as Empire Knights trying to just round things out. Sunmaker is still holding, still 16 leaderships. They're still doing just fine. Cross starting to fire in, punishing the Jade Warriors. Work up is an interesting idea, just actually cap the point. Also, I wouldn't mind seeing these Alchemists being the thing to come to hold this objective, because they're not vulnerable to Hellstorm rocket batteries. Peasant Horsemen are getting tied up in Empire Knights, and yeah, now the Empire Knights on the map, there's no getting in the backline anymore for Cathay. Unless they use Longmas. If they use Longmas, they'll get punished by Cav. The thing is, now Cathay has absolutely nothing on the field that can punch War Wagons. The crossbows won't hit. If they do, they hit, then they're heavily armored anyway and have a lot of HP. And then, yeah, the War Wagons will be able to just run around and shoot at whatever they like. I said Cathay does have a triple cap, which is pretty rare for Cathay. And there's the Aurora Longmas. The problem is they are very heavily punished by War Wagons. Hellstorms are in dire straits though and aren't firing for quite a while though, which is good for Cathay, but Cathay needs to take advantage of that, and like I said, take cover. Right here there's cover. Right here there's cover. This map has so much cover. Please utilize it, Handedins. So we had a bound spell coming down on the Sunmaker. Didn't seem like it did. Oh no, that was on the crossbow. That did a pretty good damage. That's a nice big hole in there. It's a really cool effect that just kind of blends into the map. Anyway, Jade Warriors should outgrind in melee very, very heavily. Empire is not known for the strong infantry, whereas Cathay very much is. So, look at Overcast. Feels like that's gone different for you. I think that was an Overcast Talons. Pretty sure it was. Vanrock is still firing in, doing a number on those Peasant Spears. They get blobbed up like that. But the Empire deal still doesn't need to push out, and the value lead is actually pretty even. Be able to get off some of the helmet. Words are hard, guys. Words are really hard. Getting some of the Hellstorms offline is a big deal. Getting them down to just the Sunmaker and one other. And actually, this one's not even mounted. Are there other pieces they could mount on? Looks like they are. Okay, it's just a micro lapse where he just hasn't actually gotten on. The Sunmaker is firing away, but those are Peasant Spears. They're not the most valuable of targets. Cathay does have a solid bit of map control. The thing is, now the Empire Knights have spread out. They've come over here. That's actually, geez, that did way more damage than I expected. Empire Knights over here. They're over here. Now these longbows could go kill the Sunmaker, or you could just drop Talons of the Night. That one should finish it off. Come on, die, you bastard. Die, you stupid bastard. Okay, it's shattered. Nice 15 leadership, but it might come back. So the authority advantage has disappeared, but now it's a question of can we deal with the Empire Cav as Cathay. I am wholeheartedly rooting for Cathay because talk the Empire right now. I know a lot of people don't like Cathay, but I dislike the Empire more. Looks like free coming militia coming in. Not a huge threat to Cathay, I feel like. They'll do right versus Peasant Spears, but against Jade Warriors or Halberds or Crossbows, they'll just get out-traded very, very heavily. Empire Knights are, however, very easily able to run over Peasant Archers. Longbows are coming in to try and tie down this Cav, and there's nothing really here to punish the RR Longbows at all. It should be a really big problem for the Empire. Against Cathay, you probably just withdraw from like this segment of the map. Just give them objective 3, you can pull back. You don't need to hold all 3, you can just hold this objective. You don't really need to push anymore because they've shut down most of their artillery. Peasant Longspears actually managed to get all the way up in their spawn, also I wouldn't mind seeing it come after this artillery piece. Sunmaker is still routing off, it might rally. Oh no, it said they have 13 leisure. Good, don't come back. You're not invited. Longbows should be able to tear apart those Empire Knights. They are the one really good aperture Cathay has to Empire Cavalry. But the problem is, there's only one of them, and there's a lot more Empire Knights. War Wagons on the field are the other threat to it, and those War Wagons can tear apart those Longbows very, very quickly. Jade Warriors is forced to advance on these crossbowmen, and it'll take them quite some time, as they're not known for their sprinting speed. This Hellstorm rocket battery is... okay, it remounted the piece, so it's not firing. Either fire it well as off or doesn't have angles, one of the two. What was I doing? Oh yeah, sorry. More and more DMs. I've said it before, but as soon as I start streaming, I get lots of DMs that I never get otherwise. Ironhawk guys coming in, good answer to the War Wagons, though they are heavily outranged, but they can zone them out pretty effectively. Cathay is still scrapping on the right side. Jade Warrior Halberds coming in are going to be hard to remove. Like I said, none of the Empire infantry is going to trade well into this all-armored infantry of Cathay, especially if it has Harmony, which these guys do. Why do these guys have Harmony? What's giving them Harmony? Oh, that's a missile unit right there. Duh. So yeah, the Jade Warrior Halberds should be quite a thorn in the side of the Empire, and honestly, yeah, I like this. Just position right here, block this passageway, so the Empire Knights have to either go around or just fuck off and go somewhere else, which is not a bad idea. They just hold on to these points pretty heavily. We've got 800 tickets already, which means the Empire does have to 3-cap already, which is pretty rough. And yeah, I was looking at the Empire build and thinking that Cathay was in a lot of trouble, but they... you know, Handens found the way to shut down those Hellstorm rocket batteries pretty effectively, pretty quickly. War Wagons are still just shooting in, but the problem is, the one downside to War Wagons is they take a lot of time to get their damage value out, get their damage output out, like to spend all of their ammo, because they get a ton of ammo to start with. How much ammo do these assholes have? 30? Yeah, they get like 40 ammo. It takes a while to spend that all, so these guys won't take these objectives very quickly, which is really what the Empire needs right now. They really need something that can help them deal damage. I think they're in a lot of trouble. They're down about 2,000 value. The RR Longbows are still just terrorizing the map as well. RR Longbows as well are definitely fast enough to catch the War Wagons, but they won't deal any damage to them because if the War Wagons walk away, so it's not worth your time to send them over there. And I hope we get to demonstrate that, actually. Come on, get these Peasant Horsemen on the War Wagons. Let's demonstrate why they're so bad, or why they're so obnoxious. They just won't take damage from the Peasant Horsemen. Grand Peasant Horsemen have the highest amount of damage output, and it's not AP, but these guys should just walk away and not take damage. Come on. Okay, Hannon's knows better, which is fair. There were Altdorf Griffiths coming in, which is kind of an odd choice. I don't know what they're really going to fight. They could fight the Arwar Longmas if they could catch them, which they won't. And yeah, Jordy realizes he's out of luck there. That's... yeah. Committed very, very heavily on artillery and then just kind of failed to protect it. To be quite frank, there's no reason Handon should be able to get in there with the peasant horsemen that effectively. That's just kind of a misplay from Jordy. Like, if you're going this heavy on artillery, you better be able to protect it. And if you're doing this, you need to summon in Empire Knights immediately, specifically so exactly what Handon's did doesn't happen. Yeah, that was a pretty massive misplay, but still good on Hanniden's. He adapted to the situation. He saw the opponent counterbuild him, like had a almost perfect counterbuild to him, and just adapted very, very well on the fly and dealt with it. And in, you know, that experience from all those years playing Warhammer 2 is definitely paying off. And yeah, the Hellstorm's not one of them paid themselves, including the Sunmaker, which is not an easy feat. Alright, so that is Hanniden's going up 1-0. This is semifinals, and it's still a best of 3. And if you're just joining us, I am the Wild Platy. This is my, good old sweaty tournament this week, just Domination 30. Helping people get some practice in for the Warhammer World Cup. And if you're new around here, if you're trying to get into multiplayer, or you're interested, or you're trying to play Domination mode, or tournaments, or anything like that, check out the videos I got. It's a great resource if you're trying to learn the game. It's got a lot of things explaining the basics of the game, how units are used, and just trying to give a lot of insight in how the game is played at a high level in Domination. So please check it out. Support is appreciated. And if you're interested in trying out new tournaments, or if you're new to tournaments and interested in trying them out, we've got a newbie tournament this weekend. It'll be on Sunday. So if you've never played before, it's a great way to try it out. Like Emp Cathay slowly turning into Emp Dawi. I mean, it does have a lot of the same elements. Like, how does the Empire deal with Jade Warrior Halberds? Like, just how do they do it? I mean, people have been saying it since Cathay came out. They're just kind of a better dwarves. Camera settings. I will take a look at that. I can't actually adjust settings from within the lobby, but I can get back in this lobby at a moment's notice. So I'll give it a look. Button cinematic camera. Cinematic smoothing is at maximum. Again, lower movement speed a little bit. Give that a go. Not a bad idea. I had been noticing that, like, I move my camera very jarringly. I didn't actually realize those settings were so easy to fix. There's everything, basically. I am not participating in the World Cup qualifiers, no. So yeah, the World Cup qualifiers. I think I said this on the stream before, but like, I haven't really been enjoying the top tier meta. I don't enjoy playing Tomb Kings, Warriors of Chaos. I don't mind Slaanesh, but like most of the top stuff I don't really enjoy playing. And then the last big turn I played in the Summer Championship was kind of a mess from start to finish. Like just organizationally, it was just kind of a mess putting everything together and having all these people all the different people working on it, and not really communicating well. It just made it a real pain to play as a player. And I know myself, and I'm not going to be content if I don't give it my all and actually like if I half-ass it and do okay but not great, I will be disappointed in myself because I know I could do really well if I wanted to, or like if I was motivated to. Like if I'm playing Warhammer World Cup, I want to be in the finals. Like that's the way it is. That's the way I am. If I'm playing it, I want to be in the finals, and I know I can. Like I'm that good of a player. When I put my mind to it, I can do that. But I just don't enjoy the game at the moment that much, and the tournament headache, that's just not worth it for me, I think. If the tournament ends up being like, if it goes more smoothly than I anticipate it will, then maybe I'll give it a look, but at the moment, I'm not really that interested in going through that whole mess again. Because like I said, the summer finals were such a mess. Like, the organizational side of it was just such a mess. Ogre's Corn. Okay. Interesting. So we saw this the other day in actually the last World Cup qualifier, the finals that Human Boy and I casted. We saw Void versus Sandwich in this matchup. And I believe Void won on Ogres, and what Void was doing was I think he had quad lead belchers. So he just massive amount of shooting to try and break apart Khorne's lines before they can get into melee, which is probably a good idea because I don't think Ogres win in melee against Khorne. Just full stop. Like, Ogres have a really, really hard time trading to Khorne's elite units. Iron Guts can go alright, Maniacs can go alright, but generally, Ogres are going to be losing in melee, especially with the Minotaur buffs. The Minotaurs will probably... Minotaur's great ones probably dunk on Ogres, so... So, that said, like I said, Khorne tends to win very heavily in melee against Ogres. They have to rely very, very heavily on shooting. On a tighter map, I would definitely favor Khorne, where they actually have cover, but on a map without cover... I don't know, I feel like it's still pretty even to maybe Khorne favored. But we did see Void win it, but then again, Void is an excellent player, so just because he can win something doesn't mean it's representative of the matchup. But still, like, just Khorne, Halberds, Minotaurs, Fleshhounds, like, I feel like Ogres really struggle to deal with all of those things. Mana Bust hurts Ogres? Yeah. Yeah, it does. And so I'm not actually sure who wins between Minotaurs with great weapons and Maneater great weapons. Let me check stats real quick. Maneater weapons are a little more expensive. They're, okay, 40, 42, 110, 26 most versus large. Mino great weapons are 36, 30, 110 with a similar bonus versus large. It's bonus versus large on Minotaurs. It is also, yeah, it's the same bonus versus large exactly. So I think Maneater great weapons would probably win that, depending on the state of Blood Greed if it's actually charged up. So maybe, I mean, yeah, the thing is, Minotaur's gonna have better support, so. Don't know about the Tim the Wild style plays, Khorne versus Ogres. You definitely have to against the quad lead belcher kind of build, because if you try to walk at them with like a smaller army, then those 4 lead belchers are gonna tear you apart before you can get to melee. You need a wider army to actually get on them and collapse the gun line. Like that kind of style is very, very effective against like those heavy gun lines. Basically, the theory is, if you start, 4 halberds and 2 minnows and walk at the lead belchers, well, the lead belchers will kill 3 of your halberds before they get there. And, 4 lead belchers kill 3 of your halberds before they even get to melee. If you wait and instead you have, 5 halberds, 5 warriors, and 3 minnows, and you walk at 4 lead belchers, well, the lead belchers will still kill 3 halberds, and you'll have the rest of that army to keep going in melee. Now, there's more ogres as well to peel, but since you already trip in melee, having more left to fight in melee is having a larger melee engagement favors you as Khorne. That's the idea. I haven't tested it, but that's how the matchup used to play before IE. I suspect that's still probably how it plays. I haven't played it much myself, though, because not a lot of people practice ogres. But yeah, that's the theory of it. Now, I want to see Handons be the Chad and bring some Skull Crushers. Come on, monstrous anti-large shock cav. They're anti-large, so they'll do pretty well into ogres, right? Totally, right? I'm also wondering if minnows are actually better than spawn in this matchup. They have better melee stats and they have AP. They have a lot less weapon strength. And AP is not that useful against ogres since they don't have a ton of armor. I wonder if the weapon strength is just worth it for spawn. On top of the leadership. It's hard to organize someone when it's community and no employees. Play and have fun. Don't get too involved and ban the meta factions you don't enjoy. Team can walk in Empire. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is with the organizational side is I think I could do better. And like the World Cup committee didn't ask any of the current hosts. Like nobody in the World Cup committee, as far as I'm aware, has ever hosted a domination tournament before. And it shows. Like they've been kind of a mess so far. Like they didn't consult, as far as I'm aware, any of the tournament hosts. They called me, Houseplant, Tim the Wilder, Anticity, Subutai. Like none of us were talked to at all, I don't think. So it's just like it seems, I don't know, I don't have bad about these people, but it seems a little arrogant thinking they can just come in and do something I haven't done in ages just fine on a huge scale. It's like, well, it would have been nice to have been at least consulted. Because like they came in and they started using maps that we've had out of competitive rotation for months. Because they just didn't know. And like there's nothing wrong with not knowing. Like people have been around, people don't like Domination, don't like IE, whatever. But like there's this resource, there's this big community of people who've been hosting tournaments for months. Just ask them. Did you have anything serious in terms of organization or responsibilities? Yeah, like I said, I just think it could be. I don't think it's that hard to be, at least at a decent state. Like I said, we've got a system going. Like I said, there's a large community of tournament hosts that have a system going, and we've had it for months. And they're just not consulting it at all and trying to build it from the ground up, which, I mean, they can do it fine, but it would be nice to do test runs beforehand and not just testing it live with this massive event. And again, I don't want to bound out the people. These are nice, well-intentioned people. I have nothing against the people behind it. I just feel like they could be doing better. Anyway, on this matchup. I've ranted about this before. We don't need to talk about it anymore. Khorne, we have another Skull Cannon. What is it with ODM and Skull Cannons today? Okay, we got Valkyrie the Bloody, not a big surprise. Marauders, Minotaurs, Halberds. Slaughtermaster Great Maw with Troll Guts, Bone Crusher. Excuse me. Lead Belchers, 3 Lead Belchers, a Hunter, which is probably going to be really good at killing Minotaurs with its anti-large projectiles. With 100, they have 100 bonus versus large? I didn't realize it was that much bonus for large. Holy hell. What's their melee bonus for? Okay, only 25. Now about trappers, bulls, trappers. A lot of shooting. Not a lot to protect it. I think that Tim the Wilder style has its uses before it could kite. Like that only do the amount of bodies on the field. To some extent, yes. I don't know. I guess we'll see here. Valky is definitely a really good pick here, you know, flying a small anti-large target. She's really good at getting in there and being very disruptive and killing ogres. I don't know how I feel about the skull cannon. I'm not sure what its ideal target is. Okay, lead belchers. Okay, that was pretty decent. Did you kill 2 models off of that? How many models do you guys normally have? 16? Yeah, I killed 2 models. And the thing is, lead belchers really suck at killing single entities, as you can see. They really, really suck. They're not very accurate. They don't hit very hard. They just pierce, which makes them good killing infantry. They do not kill single entities very well. So. Yeah, he's just wasting a lot of his opponent's ammo. Like, as the Ogre player, you just don't shoot this skull cannon. You just ignore it. I mean, you can't damage it at range. Just don't waste your shots, I think. You just gotta conserve ammo. And it takes out another 2 models. Jeez, that's actually not a bad idea. These skull cannon attacks from ODM are pretty neat. It's taking some damage, but it heals in melee, so we can just go run over some Noblars later on and heal up and regenerate some ammo, so it wants to be melee anyway. Miners are still hiding, just kind of wasting ammo. Ideal target found? Yeah, apparently. I didn't think it'd do that much. I didn't think it hit that hard against these guys, but apparently it's enough to kill models. Kills another 2. Jeez. Okay, I'm impressed. How much value does it have already? It's got, you know, 375 value. It's fired, what, like 3-4 shots? It's not bad. Bank stick coming in from the hunter. Not really sure you need a bank stick here. It doesn't do a whole lot for you. Bank stick's only really good for knocking things over. It doesn't do much damage, so not a lot of point to it, IMO. So, Ogre Bulls coming in. Marauders are going to get mulched. Marauders will probably get run over by Ogre Bulls. Their melee defense is pretty garbage. 23, so the Ogre Bulls should run them over very, very quickly. Fleshhounds have gotten in the back, have started to munch on some of these lead belchers, done a lot of damage to them, but hasn't actually killed off any real models. Trappers are not exactly the ideal peeling unit, so those lead belchers are probably just goners. The Furies come in. You really need dogs to... Oh, the scroll speed. You really need Saber Tusks to come in and kill these Furies for you as soon as they land. Yeah, I did change the rotation speed, and does that look smoother, guys? I didn't realize I'd done that, yeah. Like, well, I knew I did it, but yeah, I didn't notice it until just now. So yeah, actually, wait a second, yeah, because... Interesting, okay. Sorry, I was recently informed that Z and X do this with your camera, and C and V do this, and I never knew that until, like, yesterday, so I'm just amazed. Anyway, sorry, ADHD brain. But yeah, Ogre's gunline is pretty much compromised. The Fleshhounds, the Furies are getting in there. Shorty has had a really, really hard time keeping his gunlines alive against Hanadins. Hanadins has very good micro with his Furies and his dogs just getting right into the cookie jar as fast as he can. So the Minotaur Grey Opens have surrounded this hunter, and he is in trouble. These big boys mean business, and they hit very hard against large targets. He's anti-large as well himself, but he is not prepared to fight these Minotaurs. The shield coming down, Valky's trying to snipe out the caster, and Ogres are kind of like Greenskins in that once they lose their Lord, their leadership is not great to begin with, so they'll be in a lot of trouble if their Lord does rout, which they tend to do very quickly, as they are not the strongest melee combatants, and they are quite big targets. Looks good, yeah, it does look pretty good for... Yeah, Corn's a hefty amount of value. Lead Belchers are in tatters, so they are still shooting, but there's Furies and Fleshhounds aplenty. Well, I think the Fleshhounds died, but the Furies are still aplenty. And they are in position to actually start ruining things. The Ogre's front line has pretty much crumbled, so any Fleshhounds that get summoned in, like those ones, can just have their pick of targets. Valkia has managed to rout off the Slaughtermaster. Already nearly killing him off. He's in a lot of trouble. She should probably just chase him off, yeah. Get him off the field, Ogre leadership will plummet, and this is like going to be a swift 2-0 in favor of Hanadins. I think it's going to be a swift 2-0 in favor of Hanadins. Minotaurs are just tearing things apart. They've got a lot of value. They killed off that hunter. Still going strong. Ogre Bulls will not be able to do that much in melee against all these Minotaurs. And that skull cannon is doing work. Doing the work of Khorne. How much do they cost again? 900? 800? Something like that? It's almost paid for itself and hasn't even used all its ammo. Or it did and got back in melee and got some more. So Furies are dying off. But there's dogs in the backfield and they should be getting them onto these Lead Belchers very quickly. The thing is, Lead Belchers don't kill Minotaurs very quickly. Like like I said, they kill infantry because they pierce. They're not very accurate, and they don't hit very hard on the first targets. They're really, really hard to kill Minotaurs or spawn or anything like that with. But yeah, just more and more dogs flooding the field. They're very hard for Ogres to deal with. I don't think anything of the Ogres roster really trades effectively with Doggos, except maybe Many Great Opens. Trollgut's coming down for the Slaughtermaster. Should keep him alive for a little bit, but there's some Fleshhounds and Valkia on his ass. And he is going nowhere. And Valkia, I assume, has flaming attacks, right? Yeah, Valkia's flaming attacks. She'll be cutting that healing in half. very, very quickly. 1100. Oh, they cost 1100. What the hell? That's overpriced as hell. No wonder nobody uses those pieces of shit. That's that's a lot more expensive than I thought they were. But yeah, Slaughtermaster's in trouble. His heal cap's in sight, even if he does manage to get this heal off. And actually, jeez. I didn't realize the duration on this shit was 80 seconds? What the hell? That's gotta be the strongest heal in the game. I didn't realize it was that long. Was it always that long? I feel like before IE it was definitely a lot shorter than that. That's an insane amount of healing. 80 seconds? Anyway, Corner's had 3 caps this entire game. Ogres are trying to retake the middle, but the Minotaur's here to smack him around. So yeah, this is looking pretty done and dusted. Like, geez, I did not realize that was that strong of a heal. Has it actually always been that way? Can't be confirmed. Was it like that before Immortal Empires came out, or did they stealth change it? Because I feel like they stealth changed it. I feel like it wasn't that strong back then. Maybe I'll have to find an old stream and check or something, because that's like, I could have sworn it didn't do that much healing. I could have sworn there's a reason I didn't like that spell. But geez, for that much healing, like, that spell's... Well, the thing is, that might be too much healing from it. Well, it's percentage based, so you know. It won't be too much healing. But that's a ton of heals. Ogre Wolf's trying to back up. The thing is, like, at this point in the game against Khorne, what do you do about Flesh Hounds? Like, Khorne can just spam out Flesh Hounds, and Ogres do literally nothing about it. Flesh Hounds beat Ogre Bulls. They beat Noblars. They'll kill Leadbelchers. They'll kill characters. Like, this game is over. I hate to call a game that early, but this game is over. Yeah. 8 seconds seems... Yeah. I mean, it's overcast, so it's a ton of womp, but still, that seems like a massive heal. Like, let's compare it to Regrowth in a second. Yeah, there will be Hanedon's taking the Series 2-0 and advancing to the finals. Because I can't say I'm that surprised by Hanedon's... pretty clearly the better player here. I mean, Hanedon's a veteran of Warhammer 2 and has been playing for ages, so all that time and experience has definitely paid off. That's it. That's it. Not bad from Jordy. He's not a name I recognize. He seemed pretty new, so making it the semifinals of this tournament is still pretty impressive. And Bohemon's a pretty good player too, so it's not like he had an easy ride here. So he still played quite well. But yeah, that's the Ogre experience right there. All right, Hanedon's will now face. Well, actually, is our other series finished? It was Ulrich versus Kark, which doesn't seem to have finished just yet. Looking at the bracket here, let me message Ulrich and see where they are. Hello there, got wrecked. Hey, like I was saying, you made it pretty far. I don't recognize your name, Jordy. You're pretty new to tournaments, are you not? So, pretty impressive you made it as far as you did. Because like Bohemond is not a pushover. He's a pretty solid player. I don't know these two solid champs and side champ, but still, solid tosser and side champ. But still, you made it pretty far. I don't think you've. Okay, maybe I just haven't. Okay, so you do play, but still, making the semifinals is still pretty impressive. Anyway, I messaged Ulrich. He hasn't responded to me, which likely means they're in game. So we've once again got some time to kill. So how are you, chat? How are you all? We will be having Hanedon's versus, well, it'll be TBD, so we can leave that for the time being. Put the blocker up, I guess. And while we're waiting, I actually need to go feed the kitty. So I will be right back again. I'm back. You're new in your two main faction global bands? Oh, that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate, dude. Yeah, having to play a faction you're not familiar with in a tournament game generally feels pretty bad. What was I doing? I alt-tabbed to look at something. I can't remember what it was. VPN Skaven? Yeah, fair enough. Lobby browser real quick, see if I can see their game. I spot their lobby, but it doesn't look like it. See, lobby says 1v1 samurai style. Samurai, you still here? Hey, look, I found samurai style. I don't know why I like trolling people's lobbies, just hopping in, saying nothing, and then leaving. Provides me with endless amusement for no reason. They have greenskins too. The roster trying to fix leadership issues. Yeah, leadership is the biggest problem. It's really tough to manage in Dom. Played greenskins nonstop the past month. Some teeth particular weaknesses. Yeah. There are a handful of matches that greenskins kind of just dominate, but a lot of the top tier factions kind of just ruin them. Yeah. They get punished for their mistakes really, really hard. Question, Samurai. Have you had any success with any greenskin lords other than Warzag? It's pretty meh, given the current picks. Otherwise, I might played like VP and Skaven. Dwarves aren't bad. Dwarves can do pretty well into the undead factions. I wouldn't necessarily say they're favored, but they don't have terrible matchups into Counts and Tomb Kings. I don't know about Coast personally, I haven't played that matchup, but they do alright in Accounts and Tomb Kings. They do get pretty much rolled by the Chaos factions, though. Where's Egg buff, plus Big Boss Brass Cleaver buff, River Troll debuff, and Wah. A lot of buffs and debuffs. The Where's Egg one is definitely really good. I don't even know what the Big Boss one does, to be honest. Yes? Which lords, if you don't mind sharing, Samurai? I understand if you want to, keep your builds to yourself, but if you're willing to share, I'd be curious. Aztecs good, Dark Elves and High Elves, Micro Well. That sounds extremely risky against Dark Elves. What's good about him? I mean, I know he has Lore of Death. Is it just have a flying Lore of Death caster because you need to Buna something, or what is it? Nice buff, second Orc boys. Term is us, right? What is? Even is that buff? Let me take a look. Get rid of this for the time being. What even is the buff? Greenskins. Biggest boosters. Breast cleaver. Oh, yeah, that's not bad. Mana attack on boys, yeah, their mana attack's not, yeah, it's not bad. How much does it cost just with brass cleaver? That's kind of expensive though. Yeah, it's kind of expensive. It's high elves, you go more elite. Because anything the big ones don't touch Silverin. Okay. That's against Norse could have been a skin wolves. Okay. 90% of players in one chat, yeah. I mean, no, it's 100%. It's Samurai and Lucian. Those are the only two Greenskin players around here. You need Aztec to have some air control? Okay. Oh, Alric responded to me. Okay, Alric says it's 1-1. So we should be able to hop in and catch the last one if they didn't start without me. Ah, Alric Kark. And there's no spec slot. Oh, okay, Alric, it's time to play finals. Okay. Either way, we have a game to watch. So, who won? They have not recorded the score yet. My guess would be that Alric won. Alric's a really strong player. But Kark has some interesting and innovative strategies that can definitely catch people off. Alric also said we, so it can go to finals, so I assume that means that he's in finals. But he hasn't reported the score yet. Okay, yeah. Alric won 2-1 over Kark, so now it's Alric versus Hanadins for the finals, which is a best of 5. I'll just hop back into Hanadin's lobby. And we'll get the screen blocker up. Don't leak anything. Get an invite code. Give it to Ulrich so we can get in here. And we can change these banners. Well, only one of them. Alfredinho, get the fuck out! Alfred, why is Alfredinho in here? Okay, so we have an ODM RTK finals. I am here for it. Good banger. Handon and Ulrich, both players, have been playing for quite a long time and in rival clans. Ulrich being a fellow RTK member alongside me, so I am definitely rooting for him to win. But Handon has shown today that he's a pretty strong domination player, so could go either way. Oh, you guys are still talking about greenskins, aren't you? Blackrock's Big Boss cheaper to increase green win rate? Maybe. Super tanky. This Beastman getting his Wargore on chariots. Interesting. The Be'lakor faction. Which one? Then Be'lakor right clicks with Be'lakor. I don't disagree with you. Like, it's pretty rough. Pay no attention. Alright. Players are probably doing global bans and picks, so we have a couple minutes to burn. Video guys are funny. I feel like Demons is probably a bad matchup for greenskins too. Like, I mean, they still have Be'lakor. Plague Bearers probably just walk over everything short of Black Orcs. Maybe not big guns, but they definitely destroy Savage Orcs and basic boys. I feel like Fleshhounds and Seekers ruin all of your mobility very easily. Even just Fleshhounds probably ruin all mobility. Yeah, I feel like they're both pretty bad for greenskins, although I haven't played them, so yeah, speculation. Y'all are the greenskin experts. Why am I being pinged in random threads in Turn's Discord right now? Why? I find other rush factions pretty hard. Corn, Ogres, and Norse. Yeah, I find in rush mirrors, it comes down a lot of stats. It comes to stats a lot. It's like which infantry unit wins the engagement, which cav unit wins the engagements. I think why I'm playing greenskins. Yeah, basically. Anyone has much experience versus demons? Yeah, there's like 1% that plays demons. Get ogres being super hard? Really? Ogres is hard for greenskins? Interesting. I wouldn't have expected that. You picks it? Nope. Okay, we're chilling. You guys can talk about greenskins to your heart's content. Yeah, for greenskins, that's what I thought you meant. But yeah, that's interesting. I wouldn't have expected that. Is it just lead belchers, or do they beat you in melee? Like, what about it makes it hard? I guess greenskins don't have great like anti-large. Biggins are good. They died lead belchers. Boar boys are probably fine, but like not a lot of out there anti-large. Your chaff just gets run over by ogre bulls pretty easily. I could see it. Okay, Ox and Slanesh. Corn even. Feel pretty favorably pay corn on since last patch. Yeah. Biggins don't do anything. Bork neither, really? Six ogre bulls are super cost efficient. Basic ogre bulls are the weirdest unit to me. Because in some matchups, they just feel untouchable. They dunk on every other infantry unit and they just feel like they're world beaters. In the other matchups, they're just completely useless. And there's no in between. Like they either destroy in melee or they get destroyed. They never go even. I've never seen an ogre bull go even in melee, and I don't understand it. Okay, so we got two King Slanesh. So we definitely went for some lower tier bands. They didn't be on the top tier stuff, so we got some. Alright, we got some meta stuff. Yeah, we haven't seen any of this all day, so it's kind of a nice change of pace. Well, because ogres are that way against Kislev too, where they just, for whatever reason, just dunk on all of Kislev's infantry. I don't get it. I don't understand ogres, dude. Mechanically. Like, why they function the way they do. They do the melee defense? Maybe. Super Grim Bulls don't get them? Yeah. Don't Kislev armored Cossacks have decent melee defense? Where's Kislev? Kislev. Yeah, armored Cossacks have 38 melee defense, and they still get rolled. And then Plague Bearers have 32 melee defense, and they roll Ogre Bulls real hard. Like, I don't understand ogres. I think it has to do with like the collision and the mass calculations, but I just don't understand how any of that works. To be perfectly honest with you. They win against Spears, they shouldn't, they are braced. And I lose when I trust them to win. Well, okay, so against Braced Spear, they have the Ogre Charge ability, which is supposed to help them with that, because, like, let me find it. Blocker. So yeah, they have this ability, which negates charge defense to some extent. So, like, that makes some sense, I guess. Which, I mean, like, they have a faction need that, because obviously they only have large, so otherwise Spears would hard counter them if they didn't have that. And Spears still kind of hard counter them, but, like, I don't know, man. I just work here. This game makes no sense. Alright. Looks like Ulrich is happy with his build. And it looks like he's finishing up his. Should be in a good spot here pretty soon. I guess you have tools against Khorne, Giants, Fnatic. I've heard good things about Giants in that matchup, actually, yeah. Fanatics, Air Boys, Rusty Arrows. More expensive and they can lose momentum. Khorne does lose momentum very hard. Like, once you kill their first wave of infantry, they just fall apart. Unique units of halberds, it's not cheap for them to bring it back. Yeah, but Greenskins also don't have, well, any real, like, blob punishing spells, which feels bad. So it's like, I feel like Silvership Khorne Warrior is going to be a pain to remove. Although I guess Squigs and Squig Hoppers probably do quite a number of them. Could Khorne players have an edge? Okay, but it sounds like you mean it's not super unplayable for Greenskins. Yeah, it sounds like it's just a slight lead from what you guys are describing. Step into my lobby. I'm gonna need to sit you two guys down at some point and talk about Greenskins, because I am working on a Greenskins guide. That's on my list of faction guides to come next, so I'll pick your guys' brain at some point if you're okay with it. Because that would be a big help. So I played a bit of Greenskins, but not as much as you guys have. Yes, happy for a Greenskin guide? Yeah, I've had a lot of people requesting Greenskins. They seem quite popular, so. I'm gonna do high elves first. I'm almost done the high elves, just need a couple of replays for examples, then I'll do Greenskins. Anyway, who wins this match? This is typically Tomb King's favored, but I've seen it go both ways, so it kind of it's pretty close. For the Tomb King's build, we have Archon the Black, which is automatically a strike against this build, because you really want the Tomb King's lore passive. It gives you a massive amount of healing, but that said, Spiritless Archon's still a strong character. Leech and Buna are good, his summons are fine, his abilities are strong. Double Histories of Death with just extra WOM. I feel like that's a lot of gold to pay for just this item, basically. The idea is bring a battery, but, like, it's a lot to pay for not a lot of WOM. We got infantry, screaming skulls, and just basic infantry. Okay. And for the side slash, we have Siggy Boy. We have a caster on foot with Slicing Shards and Pavane of Slanesh, and nope, no lore passive. Then we have Marauders, Chaos Warriors, Mirror Guard, Chaos Warriors, and Marauders. Okay. So. Interesting builds from both sides. Not what I expected. Usually, like, the meta for Tomb Kings is just to go as wide as you can, bring as many skeletons, and just heal them up with the lore passive, so that their chaff just becomes, like, ultra efficient, and then back it up with some Screaming Skulls or Shabdi. Archon isn't really the meta lord these days, it's usually Katep. It was a little surprising to see him here. I'm wondering what his target is, because Spirit Leech is not going to kill Sigvald. Sigvald is a tanky boy with a lot of hit points and a lot of healing, so yeah. If you can pick up Grease since you're tired of Khorne, that'll be interesting. I think that'll probably be a fairly easy transition. They play a fairly similar style. They're just going to pop their WOM item. Well, I assume they're probably going to desummon because it's just a one-time use. There's desummoning them and get the refunds. Maybe it's worth it. I don't know. But yeah, I expect Tomb Kings looks like they're going to set up in like this kind of an area. Just shell skulls downrange to force Khorne off of this objective, and then waltz over their corpses to take objective 2. Sorry, not Khorne, Slaanesh. And then Slaanesh will have the option of either, you know, sit here and take it, back off and give it, and build up, you know, Tim Wilder style, or just push. But thing is, looks like Tomb Kings are entirely seeding the low ground objective, so Slaanesh has a lot of time to do either of those things that they decide to do. Hate that meta. TK, yeah, TK has a lot of cool. Like, I love like War Sphinxes and Necro Sphinxes. They're super cool. You just never see them because skeletons are so much better than everything else on the roster. Just basic ass skeletons, man. Yeah, it looks like Ulrich is electing to do, you know, the build up, sit in the back, and just wait, and then run them over with a dude tide. Another Screaming Skull catapult coming in. The thing is, once Slaanesh captures its objective, they can just fall back behind cover or out of range. And then Tomb Kings are forced to send something up to take it if they want to take it, which Arkan could do on his own, to be honest, but unless there's a lot of options to counter that, like this. Hellstriders of balance. You can just come over here and just make Arkan go away, and can hold this objective just fine. He's resummoning the Lich Priest of Death. Why? What is your Buna targets? Like, even what are your targets for these spells? Why do you need so much Wand Manadins? What's your plan? Explain to me. I'd like to see Sigvald come back onto objective 2 just to cap it. So you don't want any of your infantry sitting there because that's like a pounding from the artillery, but Sigvald won't take damage from the artillery. They don't do a lot of damage single entities, and Sigvald is tanky, so. Buna on the Hellstrider. I guess Hellstrider Buna isn't a bad idea. Buna will almost one-shot Hellstriders and probably rout them off, so I guess that's not terrible. Siggy needs to come capture objective 2, or the Sorcerer, either one. But leaving objective 2 uncapped is a big mistake from Ulrich. How much damage does Buna do? So it hasn't killed any models yet, but the HP is super low, and they are wavering. Well, it killed one model, exactly one. Oh, that could have been the catapult, actually. Was it the catapult? No, it was Arkan. And yeah, the Screaming Skulls, with their Discourage effect, will rout them off. So that's, okay, that's some good value. That's 14 of it. Spells oftentimes are bugged like that, so. But that's about 600 value for Tomb Kings. But, yeah, okay. Another character's starting to cap. It's good. Spawn can come up and help as well. They're also pretty resilient to the artillery fire. So, Slaanesh pushing here I think is a mistake. You've got the objective. You're not really threatened by him taking it yet. So I think you just back off the infantry and let the artillery be there useless for a while. You want to force the missile faction as far forward in the map as possible so that way you can get us around on them. You can get around the sides and shut down the missiles. Or Tomb Guard, Skeleton Spears, Tomb Guard. Yeah. I don't think you win this if you push up with just these Marauders and the Chaos Warriors. We have coming in Furies. Furies will do a good job killing the artillery if you can keep the other things distracted. But with Ushapti there, it's going to be a lot of trouble. And the summon coming down to just tie them up. Yep. I don't think Slaanesh wins this engagement on the low ground. And now they're taking fire on the high ground as well. They're starting to push up, which, I don't know, this feels sketchy to me as Slaanesh. Like, you're taking a lot of engagements and none of them look particularly favorable. Like, there's just more Tomb King's assets here, than there are Slaanesh assets. And these assets are, well, fine. I don't even know if they're going to win, to be honest. There's so much AP Ushapti over there that's going to shoot those Chaos Warriors. And the catapults as well. Okay, I need to mute a channel in Discord real quick. Wherever, please. I got pinged in a thread on Turn's Discord, and it made it so it wasn't muted like everything else in that Discord. Because I mute everything. Anyway, Carrion coming in. I'm pretty sure Furies just shit on Carrion, don't they? Am I mistaken about that? I haven't tested it, but I'm pretty sure they do. The Marauders are the wrong target for the catapults. You need to be shooting the Chaos Warriors, because catapults are the only thing you have that can kill them. Well, you have Ushapti, but still, you really want to be shooting the Mirror Guard. They're the most valuable target on the field. You really want to take them out as fast as you can. But, still, you cut off one Marauder almost. Still some good value, but Slaanesh does have 2-cap, which means that this, like, I really don't like this aggressive play. You have a 2-cap, you don't need to take the initial engagement. You don't need to take initiative, you can just sit back and force your opponent to come to you. But I guess the artillery proc was prompting him to engage, so, yeah, it's not terrible. So, does Sigvald have... He does, he has fair amount of access, so I'd love to see him sit on this Ushapti to bring their melee attack down to 13, because with Soap Musk and the Paragon of Excess, their melee attack will be non-existent. Nice slicing shards come down, get some skeleton warriors, get some devoted marauders, get some Nehakara warriors, a little bit of everything. More furies coming in and try to get these extreme catapults, but they do have a bodyguard unit each. But the thing is, because they have bodyguards, means the front line is a lot weaker. Horse archers coming in, they'll do a little bit of poke to the shop or the spawn, but they're already almost dead anyway, so I feel like he probably could have used that money a little better somewhere else. Okay, low ground, like I said, it is going pretty well for Tomb King. Slaanesh is just saying, nope, we're taking the high ground, we don't need that one anymore, so we're just going to come over here. And they are doing a good job of taking the high ground. No, they're not. No, I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't listen to me. Why would anybody listen to me? Spear Leash coming on the caster. It'll be a little while before that starts to, really bear fruit, but it is a good start, as he is not the tankiest caster out there. Looks like another summon coming in, or is that a summon? No, that's just a regular unit. Okay, that's a weird formation. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. Typically cap the low ground objective, and with the skirmish here, I think they're actually holding the objective, and that is a massive slicing shards coming in. Little nuke all the tomb skeletons, and look what Hanins is doing. He's force pathing the skeletons past the enemies, so they all get as close as they can out of it, but still, it's a lot of damage. That is a ton of damage on all those skeletons. That said, this caster is in a lot of trouble. He's on foot against anti-infantry, infantry, and getting Spirit Leech, and there's Ushabti coming. He needs to be careful, or Ulrich could lose his caster very, very quickly. Hanins is already out to a very hefty value lead. We got about 1,000 value. That said, we did see some interesting thing with spells, but honestly, that was in the favor of Ulrich, so this it's probably even worse than it looks. So Sigvald is just sitting back here on the spears. He got rid of the artillery, which is good. Shutting down the artillery is a big deal, so it means your leadership will be a lot more stable. But now, so the thing is, Slaanesh traded, not great, but fairly even here. And now Slaanesh has Hellstriders and Seekers. They can reinforce a lot faster, which is a huge deal. So they can just keep spamming out units coming here. The problem is that Buna caster, actually. Because Hanins keeps committing a lot to just spamming out this Lich Priest to just get extra WOM. So the idea is to keep the Buna uptime a lot higher, to keep just one-shotting a cab that come in. Interesting idea. I'm not sure if the math actually works out in his favor, but Slaanesh is capturing objective number 1, so... And now there's two skeletons. The Tomb King infantry is wearing very thin, which means the Ushabti gets surrounded by all these Hellstriders, means they're going to be taking a lot of damage very, very quickly. There's still one catapult online, though, but it's not well protected, so it should be able to be compromised by Slaanesh here very, very soon. The caster has gotten to safety, which is good. The catapult on the low ground is starting to fire up, but it's not, since the bug has been fixed, Tomb Kings no longer have infinite ammo. It means these catapults are actually starting to run a bit low. And yeah, Slaanesh has capped the objective and does still hold a point lead for the moment. Low ground is being held by just a Tomb Guard. Everything else seems to be running up to the high ground, which isn't a bad idea, but the thing is, Slaanesh is so much faster than you that if you're not careful, they could just swoop in, kill this guy, and take that objective. Or even not kill that guy and just sit some Cav on the objective. Cav doing on top of the catapult, but another one is immediately summoned in, but honestly, I'm not sure you keep that safe. Chariot is a bit of an interesting choice against Slaanesh. It's a faction with such a nasty Cav. Another slice shard come in, should one-shot these skeletons just about. Oh, give it to me, baby. Give it to me. Yep, that's some good damage. Don't know if it's better than Pit of Shades, but it's definitely a very strong spell. Hellstriders making beeline for that catapult, but there are some infantry summoned to support it, but don't know if it'll be enough. And these skirmish cav are being shepherded to the corner of the map where they will inevitably be caught. Fury comes in, catches out the lone catapult on the far side. And I think Ulrich's, yeah, he's come back in value lead. I think Ulrich's in a pretty convincing spot to hold this at this point. His ability to reinforce so quickly from this vanguard point with all of the 100 speed Slaanesh units is just so strong on this map. This is like hands down the best Slaanesh map, and would be even if they weren't OP, because they can just have so many strong vanguard point options. All the Hellstriders, Seekers, Furies, anything like that, even some Chariots and stuff. So Slaanesh has just so many better options for holding this forward objective than any other opponent have. That said, they are somehow losing Kappa with Chaos Warriors against a single Ushabti model. Interesting. But yeah, he's pushed his opponent all the way back to his spawn zone, and while this is generally a very Tomb King's favored place to engage, like, you're the person who can spawn units literally in top of the fight is usually going to be favored here. Ulrich still has a hefty value lead, and is still just spamming in more and more cav units and reinforcements. That said, the Tomb Guard rotating up from the low ground could be a problem, because there's not a lot here that's actually dedicated to protecting the point at the moment. Most units are pushed up, so there's a pretty big hole for the Tomb Kings to back up. Also, we have a Seeker Chariot coming in. That's actually a neat idea. It'll kill the Tomb Guard very, very effectively and won't take a lot of damage in return. So we can actually cap objective number 3, which means that Tomb Kings have to make a choice. Do they commit troops down here? And they do. They bring out these Skeleton Horsemen, but those Furies should intercept and be able to kill them pretty quickly. So Slaanesh needs to bring something back here and actually sit on the point and actually help deal with all these Tomb Guard, because there's, well, There's not a lot here to actually hold the objective, and you are losing on capture rate. You can just hit the caster on, and at the spawn, you'll get a lot more capture rate, but looks like Ulrich is deciding to just pull back and avoid the fight, and just bringing back more of his troops. Okay, good. There we go. Secret chariots will run right through the Tomb Guard and actually do a ton of damage. These cav, these are lightly armored chariots. They'll take a lot of damage from those cav very quickly with low armor as well, or low melee defense, but they're doing a ton of damage. Jeez. This is, I can't remember if this is the 800 gold or 1100 gold. I can't remember which one's what, which Hellflare Seekers, because nobody ever uses the Slash chariots. You only ever see the Chaos chariots because they're armored, but this guy's doing a lot of damage. I'm actually really interested in this fight on the low ground, but they're not taking a ton of damage and just running through. That said, I don't think they'll kill the cav on their own, but the infantry are crumbling very, very quickly, and the cav are crumbling as well, but you need a Hellstrider there, or a Fury there to support. Tomb Kings do flip objective number 1 very quickly, but it doesn't look like it'll be for long, as Slaanesh is still swarming the point. I'd also love to see one of these Hellstriders like go down to the low ground and just kill off that skeleton cav for you. You've got enough troops here to win this fight, and I think this is looking pretty decisive for Ulrich, I'll be honest. Hanniden's lines have crumbled. Without the Tomb King's lore passive to really just beef up your front line, it does not trade nearly as well into Slaanesh Marauders or Chaos Warriors, because I mean, Slaanesh Marauders on their own are just super, super efficient. Just really good stats, 500 gold, as well as Fizz Resist, ITP, and bonus for infantry. Like, what's not to love about them? They'll chew through skeletons every day of the week. Very, very quickly. And, yeah, it's really hard to deal with. Okay, there's the Hellstrider I was asking for. Seeker's still in high health, so they can come back and kill this Tomb Guard. And if you set the Seeker and the Chariot and the Cav on there, it will cap the infantry, so. Big big deployment down here from Hanniden's. Looks like he deployed things in the wrong place, which honestly I do all the time, so I feel for him. But looks like he's just bringing a mass amount of infantry up here to try and take objective 1, but I don't know, man. I feel like Slaanesh can just take the fight, like, right here off the point and just hold them there for a long time, even if they don't win it, but they probably will because they're Slaanesh. Sigvald is still just trucking along in the back line, full HP, but he's just been fighting skeletons the entire game, so his value is pretty low. Looks like the Slaanesh caster has gone. I suspect he used all of his WOM on slicing shards, so he's just gone on vacation. He's done his job. I'm out, fam. How's this chariot doing? I'm very interested. You don't see this unit a whole lot. It has done 400 value. 500. Wow, that got like 75 on the chart. That's not bad. Like another Spirit Leech coming in. Oh no, there's still Slaanesh caster. I just missed him. More Spirit Leech coming down him, but the thing is, like I said, Hanniden started Spirit Leech and caster, what, 5, 6, 7 minutes ago? And he's still alive. Okay, he's routing now, but like he was alive long enough to spend all of his WOMs, so it's just not that efficient. I think Hanniden's build is really missing out on the passive healing from Restless Dead, and that'll be the first game going to Ulrich and Slaanesh. Like I said, that match is probably Tomb King's favored, but it's pretty close. Sigvald needs a nerf? I don't know if Sigvald's that bad, to be honest. Like, he's tanky, but it's like all he does. He doesn't provide a whole lot. I don't know, maybe him having the 5 melee attack aura, or like -5 melee attack aura is a little much, but I don't know, I feel like Sigvald isn't a huge problem. Secret Chariot, it got alright value. And yeah, I think that is the 800 gold one. Okay, so that is our first game going to Ulrich and Slaanesh. Now, what are the chances the next game we get is going to be Ulrich's Tomb Kings versus Hanniden's Slaanesh? That's the wrong score. This is the person that won. I am once again being DM'd on Discord. I saw you guys talking chat a bunch. What are you guys going on about? Yeah, okay. Construct's coolness is inversely proportional to how much they're playing. I think that's a lot of units in the game. Should they have really low melee attack already? Yeah. They won't kill mirror guard slash melee attack. Yep. Attack from hand regardless. Yeah. Some factions don't have tools to kill them at all. I mean, okay, so maybe for land battles, but in Dom you don't. You let him fight the cheapest thing you have. He takes 3 minutes to kill it, and then you give him another copy. You know, give him a goblin to chew on for a few minutes, and he's just stuck. What's the math on the Hekara passive? Well, let's take a look at the unit browser. So, if we look at where's Tomb Kings? Got that. Restless Dead. It gives 0.2% heal for 7 seconds. So that's 1.2%, I think, overall. If my math... No, wait. Math is hard. 1.4% to your entire army, which can resurrect. I haven't done the math explicitly, but, like, when you have a front line of 10 skeleton warriors that are getting an extra 1% of their health back every time you cast the cheapest spells, it adds up very, very quickly. I don't know the exact numbers, but like, well, let's see. What's the cheapest spell you can cast? So 3 and 6. So if you cast both those the same number of times, so it's 9. So you can cast those about 18 spell casts over the course of a game. So if we're getting 1.4% 18 times, I'm not doing this math manually. Let me pull out a calculator because I'm lazy. 18 times 1.4 is an extra 25% health in your entire army, on top of your faction passive from the Realm of Souls. So I think it's overpowered. Like, I think that is the most overpowered part of Tomb Kings right there, is that lore passive. I think that lore passive is incredibly strong. And that's what makes Tomb King's wide build so effective. When you just spam the shit out of skeletons, you bring like 15, 20 skeletons and just walk at somebody, because they're hyper efficient infantry because they get so much passive healing. Even less mass for Sigvald would be an amusing nerf. How much mass does Sigvald have? How fat are you, Sigvald? He has 1200 mass. Okay, that's kind of absurd. How about a Herald on foot? 700. What's another foot character we can compare it to? What's another Katep, maybe? Yeah, let's see Wurzag or Grimgor. Since we have some greenskin lovers around here. So let's see. Grimgor on foot has, okay, he has 2000 Gs. Wurzag has 800. Okay, foot character mass varies wildly is what I'm finding. That is what I am discovering. By the way, has the camera been less jarring, guys? I did lower the settings, so has it been easier to watch? Also, we got Corn Coast. I haven't seen this matchup either. Corn Coast. Who do I favor in this matchup? Probably Coast. Let's see. The thing with Coast is Coast's biggest weakness has always been just tons and tons of cheap archers, you can probably see why I don't think Khorne is going to be good into Coast. I foresee bombers being a huge problem for Khorne. Able to clear out chaff very, very quickly. Their front line is just really tanky, even though they have terrible melee stats. They have so much HP. They don't route. It can be a real problem. I don't see a good way for Khorne to kill animated Hulk. Anything that Khorne has can kill animated Hulks dies to guns. So like I foresee this being a troublesome matchup for Khorne. I need to avoid getting too stuck. Sigvald deserves fighting goblins. I mean, does he get stuck in goblins? I don't know. Camera's fine? Okay. I'm not sure if I think he can push through. He probably can, but you get my point. It's more of you can usually keep him away from more expensive stuff. You can give him like, you know, he can push through goblins. He probably can't push through a wolf rider or, you know, a peasant horseman or something like that. Those don't tank as long, but I don't know. I don't think Sigvald is the preeminent problem on Slaanesh. Does Sigvald have more mass than Valkia? I wonder how much mass Valkia has. He has more mass than Valkia. Interesting. Yeah, no, he probably can push through goblins. I am getting sleepy, and it's not even 7 p.m. We're out. He gets stuck fairly easily. Try this out. Yeah, she really does. That's one of the reasons I really dislike Valkia. Is she just gets stuck so easily. Is it long games with Dom that made TK healing so much stronger? You don't recall TK being top tier in Warhammer 2. So healing got changed how it works coming to Warhammer 3. It became percentage based. So instead of healing, you know, 500 HP, it would heal like 1% of max HP, which is generally going to be a much larger value. So yeah, that's the reason. On top of the fact that in Domination, like it's compatible with the fact that in Domination you can bring more units to have more targets for that healing, but it's mostly healing across the board has gotten a lot stronger because they moved to a percentage based system, and the numbers just are way higher. Get you out of here. So, Khorne, we have, this isn't Khorne, this is Coast. We have Bomar. Vampire Fleet Admiral pistols without Black Periapt. You almost always see it because it's a very, very strong cast. Just Wall Item. But no, Drowned Dead, Invocation, oh no, Black, there it is. I'm blind, I thought it was Pit of Shades. Yeah, really strong casting item, Invocation, Drowned Dead. Kind of surprised not to see Wind of Death. We have gunnery mobs, basic pistol mobs, deckhand mobs, bombers, Browning Prometheans, Depth Guard. Okay. For Khorne, we have, looks like 10 Marauders. Yep. 10 Marauders, 2 Chariots, Chaos Chariots, the basic ones, 2 Cultists. Okay, it's not 10 Marauders, but it's a lot of Marauders. And 2 Cultists with the Summons. Okay, the Summons are an interesting check. Yeah, Nehekar Warrior's got a buff too. And the heck, our warriors got really good. So that also helps a lot. Screaming Skulls also got buffed and helped a lot. Screaming Skull catapults are no longer a meme. So, like I said, I suspect this is probably still going to be coast favored because bombers are a huge problem, but these cultists can just run through the front line, get on the bombers, disrupt them, and then drop a summon onto other units. They can be a huge disruption piece as well as the chariots. Like, that's what Ulrich's build this year is designed to do, is just have... He has 4 disruption pieces. Valkia, 2 cultists, and 2 chariots. Just try to stop as many of the guns from shooting as possible, and then get the melee infantry in there. And they will win the grind against zombies, because zombies are garbage. It just takes a while. Really like that stuff in the VP. Interesting. I haven't played this matchup myself, so I'm a little curious about how it goes. I do suspect it's very VP favored, to be honest. They get a round of buffs. That was only the healing from Realm of Souls. Yeah, Tim kicks out other buffs. I can go into more detail after this match, if you remind me. So, alright, this coast students, this is pretty standard of missile faction on this map. You position here, that way your right flank is covered by the white line, and you can have a spear like right here. Your left flank is covered by this forest, as well as your reinforcement points. So it's very hard to get on top of any missile units positioned in this kind of an area. This is a very, very strong defense position for coast on this map, or any missile faction, get they, you know, dwarves, whatever. So what Khorne wants to do is take objective number 1 for free, step a toe on objective number 2 and capture it. That forces coast to put something on objective 2 to actually try to cap. So you want to just sit here as on the far corner, avoid getting shot if possible, and just cap this objective. That forces coast to come forward a little bit to actually contest the center objective. Because if you're rolling 2 objectives, then sooner or later they have to fight you. You have to do it without getting shot, otherwise you're giving up value for tickets. Whereas if you just avoid getting shot, then you're not. Then you're gaining tickets for nothing, and he has to come and stop that. He has to put some kind of pressure on you. Chariot can shut down monsters though, so there's that. Yeah, animated hulks are a real problem with the chariots. It's going to take a lot of micro from Ulrich to actually get them in the right spots and keep them there alive. So Ulrich definitely has the micro for it, but it'll be quite a sight to see. So cultists coming in. This cast needs to be very careful. Those cultists will kill them very quickly. Oh, these are foot cultists. They're not mounted. Okay. That does mean they have a silver shield and are very resilient to all this missile fire. And that's a huge waste from Hanadins. You cannot allow your bombers to shoot the cultist. You need to save it for the infantry. They're doing next to nothing against him. And yeah, he pulls them back immediately. To have them on fire at will is just a big mistake. And yeah. As I said, Khorne coming up here, getting a good surround, getting around this side, and then bring all these guys up to fight into these sides, try and collapse on coast from as many angles as possible at once. Classic, you know, standard Total War tactics. You know, very, very solid fundamentals from Ulrich. Now we'll see if Hanadins can deal with it. Chariots come in. Unfortunately, there are already many animate hulks in the way, so he'll have to just try and just drift through the front line, get on those bombers, and those bombers are the real target. But geez, that's a lot of damage. They knocked over a ton of zombies. Did really, really good damage, but unfortunately, those zombies are so tanky. This cultist is actually getting hammered really hard too. Does he have his summon unlocked yet? We can't tell. Yeah, we cannot tell. He has to be engaged in melee for a long time to actually charge it up. More depth guard coming in. Not sure what that was. That blackberry up going in? Yes, it was. And now the Fury's coming in. Fury's coming in, get on the bombers. Make sure the bombers can't fire. Clear some space for your infantry to get in melee. Because if your infantry try to get in melee with the bombers online, they're in a lot of trouble. Get the sloppy spear coming in, doing a lot of damage. That's a beautiful spear from Valkia. That's huge damage. Bombers are getting shut down, which means the infantry are now clear to move in and engage. Because, you know, bombers the big deterrent infantry, shut them down. The infantry can get in. Bloodletters are coming in, and this is an absolutely beautiful collapse from Ulrich. He's up in value. He's shutting down his opponent's guns. They're not being allowed to shoot. This is just excellent play. The depth guard is still a big problem. Chariots can deal with them in the late game if it comes to that, but Chariots are getting a little caught up. Bloodletters are fighting against Ryan Promethean. It's just not a great fight for them. Well, they are armor piercing their anti-infantry, so not bad from that buff. Valkyria's helping deal with these animate hulks, but I'd love to see Valkyria come over here and just get on top of that caster. This caster is incredibly squishy. It's not large. Valkyria won't have her bonus versus large, but she's still a very strong duelist. And yeah, there's not a lot of things over here in the area to protect her. So I'd love to see Valkyria go and try to snipe that character. Big invocation coming down, trying to just keep this front line alive. But I'm starting to see gaps in the coastline, and this is what happens when you have that full surround. Now there are units free to just come into these gaps, try and just pile in and get on top of the missile units. The thing is, Khorne infantry will outperform Coast infantry so heavily in the melee, so it's really just a matter of can Coast shoot them in time. And that character looks like just a free lunch if these cultists and Valkyria come over here and kill it. Dogs are trying to back cap, but I feel like you just bring out some flesh hounds, kill them off, and then go along with your day. Depth guard are a bit more a problem though. Alric has capped the center objective, and there's the bombers, and that's why you cannot let the bombers fire. Absolute devastation. Half health gone immediately. Flesh hounds are a real problem for Coast though. Morgul's coming in. Honestly, I'm not sure if Morgul's will beat the flesh hounds. So again, big old sword of Khorne one-shot that gun mob. It has 9 models left after that. And yeah, the Coast frontline is crumbling, literally and figuratively, but the guns are still online, which is a real problem. Ulrich needs to realize that, like, he's won this fight. Walk away from it. Go get on top of the guns. Don't let them fire. Please get Valkyria on that caster. It's so free. And yeah, Valkyria is going for crabs. She's cycle charging the crabs. Just walk past the crabs. Just walk past the crabs. Chariots are still going, doing some good damage to the depth guard. Some Furies still around, trying to get on top of the guns, which is good, but yeah, Khorne's front line has been dragged through the mud a little bit. Despite being up in value, Khorne's lines are starting to look very thin. Fleshhounds are a huge problem for Coast, though. So they don't really have a good answer. They'll dominate their dogs. Another sloppy-toppy spear coming in. There we go. Good old spear. So some two really nice spears from Ulrich this game. But come on, that caster is so free. At least push him back so we can't be casting spells. But the problem is now, once Coast guns do get shut down, Khorne should win in the melee grind. Should. That's a depth guard are still a huge problem. But the skirmish cav are a good answer to that. Once the guns are offline, they can do a good number against this depth guard. Now the guns are shut down and obstructed. So this is looking pretty good for Ulrich's Khorne. Hand cannons are coming in, which are pretty big threat to both Valkyria and the cultists. Need to be very careful of that. But the Vampire Coast are crumbling away. The problem is they have so many units just hanging on with low HP. They're just taking up the Khorne units' time and space. They're just taking up a lot of time, so Khorne isn't actually able to capitalize on killing all their guns. But that said, like I said, Fleshhounds can come in and just clean up so heavily. They can't really deal with Depth Guard, but just about anything other than that. And yeah, like I said, the Morgul's are losing to the Fleshhounds. The Morgul's are losing to the Fleshhounds with the deckhand mob support. Like this is a very strong unit right here. And now the guns have no purpose support, and the Fleshhounds should be able to get in the back very quickly. Cultists are in the back line. They've already used their summons, but still, it's just fine. Actually, have they both? I only saw the one. I could have missed it, but yeah, they both did. Okay. Guns are being shut down. More and more infantry coming in for the forces of Coast, but Khorne should be able to grind through those just easily. It's kind of what Khorne does. It's kind of their thing. Depth Guard are getting worn down by the skirmish cav, getting recharged a little bit, but Depth Guard should be able to take that objective pretty reasonably well, especially with support from these reinforcements coming in. Said Khorne would love to take objective number 3. Another nice Sword of Khorne coming in, just one shot to those gunnery mob handguns. Depth Guard could be a problem though. I'm kind of curious if Ulrich has any more bloodletters in his reinforcements. He's going to need them to chew through all these Depth Guard. They aren't a bad idea, but oh, bit of a misfire from Hannon. He's letting this Depth Guard chase this Marauder so far that he's actually giving up on this objective. He could have captured if he just stuck around instead of chasing, but he would have been poked down by skirmish cav, so maybe it's not worth it. Fleshhounds are getting under the guns. They're all exposed now, with nothing to protect them. That said, I think this one's a summon. It is, so you know, it's just buying the time, which is all it's really there for. But there's really no answer to all of this Khorne meat in the center here. Khorne has a very strong pocket of units here and here, so it's just a matter of time before they start picking apart Coast. I think Coast is going to have to scrap back really hard to stay in this game. It's looking very Khorne favored at the moment. More and more guns coming in, but the problem is there's nothing to protect them. Handguns are trying to fire at Valkyria, but they actually whiffed pretty hard. And Valkyria, okay, finally going for the Lord Snipe. Come on, Valkyria. I believe in you. Nope, you're not a sniveling coward. Good. Okay, Caster is trying to summon some reinforcements, just trying to protect itself with the gunnery mobs, but Fleshhounds are coming in, and again, they tear things apart. I'd love to see Khorne just start to consolidate units on this objective and start trying to take it. Force the 3-cap, force the Coast to try and force that way back in the map. But a lot of Depth Guard coming in, and this second wave of Coast is actually looking to be quite a problem for Khorne. Corn doesn't seem to have any more infantry in the reserves. A lot of things just lingering on at low HP. So there's no real reinforcements coming in to deal with these depth guard. I'd really love to see some bloodletters come in. Bloodletters or exalted bloodletters, either way, would be really, really good to just come in and start just chewing up all these depth guard, these zombies. Really, really strong in the late game of the fight, I think. So Coast does actually manage to recap both objectives. So that Coast somehow is a 3-cap. They're down 2,000 value. They've pushed back their spawn, and they are 3-capping. That's really unfortunate for Corn. You really love this value lead verse to actually mean something, but it's just not. Okay, there's the bloodletters. That's what I wanted to see. They'll chew through zombies very, very quickly. They'll trade up in the depth guard. That's exactly what you need, but the problem is I just don't know if it's going to be enough quick enough. Okay, the Corn starting to take it back objective 3. Break up that 3-cap. That's good. Coast guns. I mean, they've got a couple of pistol mobs, but they're not super scary. They're just pistol mobs. They'll poke you, but they won't, they won't hard carry. But these depth guard are a real problem. They're just so tanky. They're absolute meat grinders. They'll chew through all these marauders. I mean, look at these stats. Look at these stats. 63, 38, 71 with a bonus for infantry, with 33 charge bonus, and they heal, and they have 90 armor. They're absolute buzzsaws in melee, so they're a real problem. That's why you need more bloodletters and these skirmish cap both to just chunk them down. Corn does take objective number 3, but victory tickets are very, very even, so Coast will be accruing a lead as Corn is struggling to get back on these objectives. And this is a problem that Corn has very, very often, that we were talking about in chat earlier. They run out of gas. Their first wave of infantry goes in, it dies off, and there's nothing to back it up. It's just flesh hounds and skirmish cav, which is somewhat a build flaw, but like Corn could, you need things other than infantry as Corn. So your infantry just dies. It takes so long to be replenished that it's just a real problem. That's it. There's not a lot holding objective number 3. It looks like these guys are having the bug where they came out on skirmish mode, which is really unfortunate for Hanadins, because they're going to run down with these skirmish cav, and these skirmish cav are really good in melee. Corn skirmish cav will absolutely chew through zombies very, very quickly. And the grind's going the melee fight on the right, but there's actually quite a bit of damage in return from the zombies, which is really unfortunate. I'd love to see them fighting the depth guard instead, but these Corn dogs should be able to retake objective number 2 in plenty of time to prevent a 3-cap. So, well, I think things look pretty good for Ulrich. He's managed to hold on through his drought of infantry, and I'd love to see him start resummoning some of his initial infantry marauders, bloodletters, Corn warriors, whatever he can get. Just get them on the field, come and help them tank. Just have them tank on the objective for a while and grind against zombies, which is what Corn loves to do. Yeah. Got hit. Pole arms. Okay. Depth guard are getting side charge onto these bloodletters, which should be doing some good damage. Like, I'm not sure who wins this 1v1, but if they're getting a side charge, that's probably going to be really, really good. I mean, look at these guys. They're just tearing apart bloodletters. They're killing a bloodletter with every blow. Bloodletters are trying to run away and get to a better engagement. It's probably a good idea. If they stay there, they're going to die. Corn does cap objective number 2 in plenty of time to prevent a 3-cap, and continues to push Coast back to their spawn, and just more zombies come out, but zombies just don't grind well against really anything that Corn has. And there's the second wave of infantry. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Perfect. That's very, jeez, 100 kills, jeez. Bombers coming back, but they're just shooting into Valkia. Corn dogs are doing a ton of damage. The the Coast Lord is being sniped by Valkia at long last, and is not long for this universe. 300 hit points remaining, 250. Crumbling away. Minus 30 leadership. She's not going to come back. I think Corn has this one. Depth guard is still a bit of a problem, but with the second wave of Corn infantry coming in and the Coast Lord going down, that's a pretty big lead for Corn. They're up 4-ish thousand value. That's a pretty good lead for Corn. Ulrich should be. Ulrich better win this after beating you. Fair enough. Ulrich's a strong player, so he's definitely on track to win this whole thing. Objective 2 is going to be saved by those Berserker infantry. Valkia is just stuffing Coast in their spawn. These flesh hounds are such a problem. Like, how does Coast deal with flesh hounds since they can apparently beat even Morngul's 1-to-1? Got 200 kills already. Flesh hounds are such a menace. Such a menace. Cultists are still going strong too. They've racked plenty of kills, gotten a good deal of value. Summons were very, very disruptive, but we're going to get something over here. And honestly, that's the other thing, is that these skirmish cav double as a light cav for Corn. Against the low melee stats of zombies and gunnery mobs, the hefty melee stats of the Corn skirmish cav can do a lot of work. And that's an often overlooked fact of these guys. They're not just the skirmish cav. They have 44 weapon strength and bonus for his infantry and good melee stats and good charge bonus. They're a very effective light cav even on their own. Skirmish cav on the high ground, just poking with the depth guard, which is a good answer. These skirmish cav have been an absolute MVP for Ulrich this game. the Corn Skirmish have, like, they're just good for dealing with the depth guard, they're good for clearing out zombies, just there's not really a downside to them in the late game. And yeah, they've already killed off that gun mob with a little bit of help. They have taken a good bit of damage in return, but they've already gotten 1200 value, jeez. Surprised by lack of Minos. The thing is, Minos are just good targets for guns, like, you don't need it, clearly. Like, I was a little surprised too, to be honest, but like, clearly Ulrich doesn't think he needs them, and after seeing this, I'm inclined to believe he's right. So, pistol mobs are doing a good job trading back into these guys, but yeah, they should just charge them in melee, and as we said, trash tier melee stats versus really surprisingly high melee stats for the skirmish cap. Corn Dogs is welcoming to help. Should be a 3 cap going to Corn here very soon. Nice sort of Corn on the halberds. Honestly, would have preferred to see it on the depth guard if you could have, but it's still good value. Saves objective number 2, and I think Corn has this. I don't really see a way for Coast to get back on these objectives anytime soon. Handens does have the objective weight lead for the moment on objective 3, but I think we got a bit of lag, and that might be Handens. No? Okay, Handens still thinks he win this. Kind of surprising, I'll be honest. There's not a lot of Coast units on the field in good standing, and Coast is one of those factions that, like, they really want to function as a cohesive whole. Having the front line protecting their missile units makes them just infinitely stronger than on their own, because their melee units are just, they don't do damage. Their melee units have terrible melee stats, aside from depth guard. Like, zombies have 18, 16, 29. Like, good weapon strength, their melee stats are just so bad. They're just tanky, so you really need the guns to come in over top, and they pair very well with that way. But you really need them to work together, or they aren't doing any damage. Especially with all these Corn Flesh Hound and Skirmish Cav just coming around and running over your zombies. It's very hard to deal with. Like, Corn just dominates the mobility game, so once that initial engagement peters out, unless Coast comes away with a big lead, I think Corn probably wins this matchup, so... Now I have insight into this matchup. So, you know, we're all winning here. Except Hanniden's. You know. But yeah, you know, Ulrich gets a win, I get insight, you guys get entertainment. It's a win-win-win, unless you're a member of ODM. Sorry, ODM. So, Coast does have to 3-cap at this point, and Handens realizes that, and that's going to be that. Yeah. That will be Ulrich going up 2-0. This is a best of 5s. This is not over yet. Handens still has the potential to reverse sweep, and he still has his Slanesh in his back pocket, so definitely not out of this yet. Depth guard did really well. Oh, I shouldn't have put the blocker back up yet. Depth guard did really well. Crabs, I have been really underwhelmed by crab mobs. I don't know, people really seem to like them, but they're really tanky, but they don't pay for themselves, and I'd almost always rather just have animated Hulks or regular Prometheans just have more width. Like, they're hard to kill, sure, but so is everything else, it feels like. Why is there that's an odd choice. Maybe just kill armor. Valkyrie did good work. Cultists did good work. Marauders. Chariots were disruptive. They didn't do a ton of damage, but they were disruptive, which was really their goal. Fleshhounds, yep. Yep, that's some good value. Fury. Ulrich handles his mobility very well. It's one of the things I've noticed watching Ulrich, because he has very good mobility micro. But, yeah. Coastal map that open is just death. No animated Hulks in the main. Animated Hulks are usually a reinforcement choice. Because the thing is, usually your opponent can't engage on you before you have time to summon them in, so you summon in the slower zombies first. Because everything else is slow as hell. So you summon in the monster infantry, usually you summon them in as soon as you can. But your opponent just doesn't have the speed to engage on you before you get them out, so yes, you want them out early, but you don't need to start them. Same with like Rat Ogres on Skaven. It's the same principle where like you take the lower stuff first because your opponent can't engage on you fast enough. Hanniden's is hovering Beastman, by the way. That's not something I expected to be seeing in the finals. They've definitely benefited from the Minotaur buff, though. Still only saw 3? Yeah, I don't think he had maximum. Usually you bring maximum, but yeah. I mean, it's not as big of a problem because you have other mass options in the crabs, but still. They have Coast High Elves. Okay. This is probably a good matchup for High Elves, I would expect. Yeah. Cheap archers have always been the bane of Vampire Coast, and High Elves can spam quite a few archers for not a lot of price, and they have a ton of range, so they just outtrade the guns very effectively. One thing you do have to worry about is things like mortars or Queen Bess, but if you have a flying lord with Armor of the Stars to invisible, you can drop spells on those artillery pieces and deal with them pretty easily. BM Skirm incoming. I would be astonished if that happened, I'll be honest. Beastman Skirmish Cav is just not very good. So we have the two sides of a coin here. On one hand, we have Ulrich, whose build is complete. On the other hand, we have Hanadins, whose build is non-existent. He hasn't added any units yet. The duality of man, my friends. The duality of man. I don't think VP can rush at the minute. VP rush hadn't even entered my mind as a possibility, I'll be honest. Would that work? Probably not. Zombies are so slow, it's very hard to rush, especially on a map like this. Tough match. Yeah, I agree. This is definitely a rough match for Coast, I would assume. Again, I haven't played it, but I assume. That said, Ulrich has pulled off some miracles already, and he's definitely got the skill to back up his build, so maybe he can pull something out for us. On the other hand, maybe Hannon starts the reverse sweep. So, what do you guys think? Can Hannon's reverse sweep? Can he bring it back? He's got a good matchup to start it out with, so. How do you rush Corn? As Corn, or when? How do you rush playing against Corn? Do you mean? Okay. Edmund's build begins to take shape. Alex asked me if we have the correct map. Let me take a look. It should be. Okay, so we had the wrong map. It was supposed to be all Artemis of Death Pass, so now Ulrich says he's to remake, he's to change his build now, which is understandable. Fast them towards the center of the map. The answer to how you rush core is pretty nuanced. Like playing a rush mirror when both sides are playing a rush faction, it's just very nuanced and depends a lot on what faction you're specifically playing. So it's not a simple answer I can give you. It's a lot about like how you take engagements, where you position on the map, what map are you on, how do you can you play the objectives you need to, which objectives you play. You know, like there's a lot of factors that go into how you play that kind of matchup. I can't just give you a like one-off answer. What often ends up happening in Rush v Rush factions, like you have, you know, Korn v Nurgle, at the highest level, is players know ahead of time who generally wins the melee fight, and the faction that doesn't win the melee fight will then lean heavily into their ranged assets and start to try and play a more kite style. Because the thing is, in those matchups, like it doesn't take a lot to shift the melee engagements. Like if you just have, even if your skirmishing isn't super strong, if your kite isn't very strong as that faction, it can be a difference maker enough to like actually shift the melee fight into your favor once you actually take it. But you know, I need a specific matchup to give you like concrete examples. Hannigan has his build ready. Ark looks to be finishing up his. I should have refilled my water bottle when I had the chance. More specifically against elite units with armor, supported by cheap range. Yeah, that's very true. Khorne has very well. Minotaurs changed a bit, but like elite halberd units are very difficult for Khorne because their only AP infantry is bloodletters, which are very squishy to ranged. So if you have any kind of cheap missiles, like for example, like high elves, bring some archers and some phoenix guard. Khorne has a very hard time breaking through that. Even if it's just skirmish cav, they can poke down the bloodletters very effectively. So Khorne does very much struggle to deal with elite units, specifically elite halberds. That said, Valkyria's Spear Schlopnir helps a lot, so you just want to bring out those elite halberd units in the late game. Kind of like we saw earlier in our Dark Elves vs. Khorne match, which I think was Bohemian versus Tretch, if I'm remembering correctly. I think let's see who played that matchup. No, don't crash. Please don't crash. I have the blue ring of death. Okay, good. I always feel like I feel so bad when I'm the one who crashes. It's one thing if the players crash and we have to restart, but I feel so bad when it's my fault. Alrighty. So, for Hannigan's High Elves, we have an Archmage of Fire, Fireball, Burning Head, Flamesword Ruin, Book of Hoeth, Armor of the Stars, a Mage of Metal with Plague of Rust, and the casting items is a battery, and then this one is just a battery. We have Lothar Seaguard, Spears, Talons of Torqualda, Silverin, Rangers, Archer. Okay, not as much Archers as I was expecting. Still a healthy shooting court, and didn't I see... I could have sworn he had Shadow Warriors. Am I crazy? Maybe he got rid of them. For the forces of Vampire Coast, led by Ulrich, we have Double Mortar. We have Queen Bessie herself. Very good answers to Archers. Both these units just kind of dunk on Archers, and it's very good for that. Depth Guard, Gunnery Mobs, Handgun, or not hand, Halberd Mobs, and the Fleet Admiral Pistols, Lore of Vampires. Black Periapt, Wind of Death, Drowned Dead, Invocation. The huge and the lore passive. I think this is a pretty standard coast build. I don't know how to feel about the High Elves build. I definitely like these guys, especially when you're bringing Lore of Fire, because they'll synergize the lore passive. They'll do good work against the zombies. They'll stop any invocation healing. They'll do good work against the crabs. They're focus firing. They do apply weakness to fire damage, especially when paired with Flaming Sword of Ruin. Focus down crabs or even Death Guard very quickly. So that's quite nice. But I would have liked to see more archers. Just the basic 450 archers. There's no real reason to not bring 5 of those. I feel like you can just take your caster. You know, well maybe not with this kit, but like you could just take a caster with Armor of the Stars, go float over their artillery and just delete it with a spell. Like a Dwellers or something. I don't think an Overcast Dwellers kills Queen Bess. I don't think so. I'm not 100%, but I don't think so. Alright. Looks like Coast is interested in playing the high ground, which I don't hate. If you can bring your mortars into like this kind of an area, they have pretty good lines of fire all over Objective 2, and then you can just play on here on the ramp. But he's got also pretty spread out, so he's not hard committing one way or the other. Bats are coming in, probably just to screen out this Archmage, try to stop her, but she is, I'm just trying to scout her. She's hit with Armor of the Stars, she's coming in. She's probably going to try to sneak around and get onto those artillery pieces and drop some spells. Maybe a Fireball, maybe a Burning Head, but yeah. Ulrich is wise to this trick, and he's going to be scouting it out as much as he can with the bats. Trying to spot her, trying to run interference, prevent her from getting there. Meanwhile, Hives are taking the low ground. What usually happens when somebody plays the high ground like this with bringing up the artillery is that their opponent just goes like this and forces them to walk down into a concave to take objective number 2. But Ulrich is actually pretty content to just sit where he is. He's not moving his artillery pieces. I'm kind of curious what his plan is. Oh, looks like a bit of lag coming in. Understandable, as we have players from, I think, Ulrich is Eastern Europe, Hannes is Western Europe, and I'm US, so... Understand. And Ulrich has been dropped. Okay. Nobody dealt damage, nobody fired anything. We can just restart as is. Take screenshots of the builds. That's a pretty easy crash to fix. Like I said, it's a pretty easy fix. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter to hide the builds anymore. They've both seen each other's builds. Because of the, well, I guess Ulrich didn't, but I'll be sending him screenshots so he can remake his army. Oh, hey, look, the game saved for him. Means we can get right back into the action. Alright, yeah, we don't need the blocker. Like, we've seen the builds, they've seen the builds. Nothing to hide anymore. Yeah, so that's the rules of the drop. If nobody's done any damage, it's the very beginning of the game, we just restart, no problem. If it's in the middle of the game, or towards the end, it's like a little more complicated, but fortunately he crashed right at the beginning, so we can just restart. No issues, no questions asked. Alright, so same builds. So it's very interesting that Hanniden's in almost all of his builds seems to really like the mana batteries. He did it with Tomb Kings, he's done it multiple times with the High Elves, I think now, if I'm remembering correctly. He really likes investing heavily in his magic, which, and the Cathay, that's it what I did it with. Really heavily investing in his magic, which I find very interesting. Because I would think these guys, the Archmage, or the mages for High Elves, they're what, 600 gold with those two items? Which is pretty expensive for just a mana battery. But he really seems to like them, so kind of curious to see how it goes. Okay, somebody's readied up. And here we go. Here we go! So, largely everything's going to be happening. Yep, same deployments. That's also part of the rules, like you deploy in the same way. Which our players seem to be well familiar with, so I don't have to actually enforce it, which I appreciate. Arm of the Stars popped on the mage, so she can just sneak up here and start doing sketchy shit again. That said, she doesn't really have any great artillery sniping spells. Fireball probably won't kill Queen Bess in the first cast. It'll kill a mortar, like a singular mortar piece, but not the entire model. Burning Head might do a number on the crew. I don't think it'll one-shot it outright, unless it's like a, maybe if it's a perfect cast, but still I don't think so. Yeah, now Ulrich's once again scouting with the bats, which I like. Unfortunately, she is unspottable. Unfortunately for Ulrich, she's unspottable, so you have to get very close to her to actually spot her. It's like, look, she was like this far away, and it wasn't enough. Like I said, she's drifting closer to the bat. She might get spotted here. She'll get lit up by these pistols. Like, look how close she is. She's like 20 meters. Okay. She is spotted now, I think. Yeah, okay, she started casting a fireball. I assume it's going for Queen Bess. Doesn't kill Queen Bess, however. God, I love the new fireball animation. It looks so much better than the old one. Or it's the same animation and I just finally have a powerful enough graphics card to see it. One of the two. Nice, some friendly fire on the bats, just a little bit of poke, friendly poke and stroke. Queen Bess is getting invoed, so immediately healed up. The fireball amounted to very little. Rage sneaking up through the forest. I kind of like this, because the thing is, if Coast comes up here and then starts pushing down the ramp, as soon as the back point is undefended or lightly defended, they can just spring out and just get on the back line. Maybe take the point, maybe on the mortars, whatever's there. Just take your pick. Because we got mortars going on the high ground, a single mortar going on the high ground, then Queen Bess and one of the other mortars going on the low ground. Interesting split push. You don't often see people split top and bottom on Arnheim because you can't rotate between them unless you're a flying unit because of this massive cliff. So typically you stay entirely on one side so that your troops can support each other. Sneaky, sneaky elves indeed. What is that? Oh, that's the sound of Queen Bess. Let's see it. First shot on the Silverin. And it's a massive whiff. That's what I expect to see from Queen Bess. The Perfectly Admiral's trying to body block for Queen Bess. I expect it'll be largely ineffectual. Another nice square hit on Queen Bess, but not going to amount to much. Also, I feel like you want to target the archers. I feel like the archers are the biggest threat and should be the target of Queen Bess and these mortars. Another invocation coming down to heal Queen Bess up. Coast seems to be taking the high ground, largely for free for the moment. And I'm not actually sure how much capture rate deckhand mobs have. Looks like they have normal full infantry capture rate, which is entirely bullshit. Let's check them in. Bit of a dodge from Hanadins. How are we doing here, Bessie? That's a decent hit. That's a couple hundred, damage. That's some HP off. It's not bad. Burning Head coming in. Alric should be able to dodge that largely. Oh, nope. No, that's a nice Burning Head right down the two pistol mobs. Some reasonable damage to the queen. Not the queen. The Archmage does take some good damage in return. Best in the Moors just lobbing in. And now the question is, how do High Elves shut down this artillery? And artillery does seem to be largely the High Elves' weakness these days. Archers are shooting these deckhand mob. And that deckhand mob is not long for this world up there. Depth Guard are coming in to back it up, but there's also some. What do we have here? An Eagle and Double Ranger coming in. So Hands is committing a lot to this high ground. Curious to see the Eagle. I assume it's coming for Queen Bess. Like, that's the only real reason it could exist, right? It's to snipe Queen Bess. Where's the high ground shooting the low ground? I find it very curious. Alric is just targeting the Silverin, the Spearman and the Silverin. I feel like the archers are the much bigger threat. I said archers have always been the bane of Vampire Coast, so it's fairly often to see them not be targeted, and they're usually the reason you bring mortars. The thing is, these archers can just walk up and start shooting the mortars. If they're not punished, they'll just walk up and just start shooting over the coast front line of the mortars, or the coast front line has to push up really far and get into melee. Neither of which are an ideal situation for Coast. Eagle's getting bogged down by the bats, but I doubt the bats will kill that eagle. The bats have very little damage. That's a huge hit from Queen Bess. Vampire Coast caster can caught down a little bit. Took fireballs for information on Bess any day. Fair enough. Bess has already spent half her ammo though, which are a pretty good spot, and yeah, High Elves are withdrawing from the high ground. There's so many coast reinforcements up here they decide it's not worth it. They're going to dedicate to the low ground, which is the two objectives they already have, which I think is probably a good idea. Burning Head comes through and finishes off that gunnery mob, but still a lot of enemy hulks in the way, and Burning Head will not be enough to deal with them. Fire is being exchanged, but the problem is the High Elf archers outrange the coast gun lines so effectively. The mortars really need to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and they are now switching on to the archers, it looks like. Which is good. Like I said, the archers are the real threat. You can grind down Silverin in melee, or with bombers. High Elf Cav is getting the backline earlier in Reavers. Not a lot here to stop them. There are a couple of halberds and animated hulks in the way, but there's plenty of open space for them to go around the sides. But unfortunately, there's not a lot of soft targets. The mortars are surrounded. Queen Bess is being protected by some halberds. So there's not a lot of good targets. Spearmen are turning their back to the pistols, allowing them to get some damage in, negating the silver shields, but it should be just fine. The value lead is pretty heavily in Coast's favor, and High Elves really need to do something about these mortars as well as Queen Bess. Queen Bess will run out of ammo pretty soon. But the mortar's still a problem. The Eagle has landed on the mortar up top, and that's not a code phrase. That's just literally what happened. Yeah, but this mortar down here is still free to just chip away at the Lost Sea Guard, and as I learned in my last Coast campaign, playing as Noctilus, mortars kind of ruin High Elf archers. Real quickly. Queen Bess helps too. Queen Bess helps a lot as well. So, yeah. Coast does continue to accrue a value lead, but they are giving up this objectives on the two objectives. God, words are so freaking hard, man. 2 objectives from the low ground. They're not in the coast control. They are, however, chunking away at the high elf infantry, and high elf infantry are just kind of sitting there taking it. And this is why I would prefer to see more archers. What are the spearmen doing here? They're just sitting here getting shot. Archers could at least return fire, and they're a lot cheaper. You have some deck dropper bombers coming in. They'll do a good job against these archers as well. Explosive damage against the tightly packed elven formations has always been very, very effective, especially since the explosion damage buffs coming into Warhammer 3. These guys should do quite a bit of damage if they're ever allowed to fire. There we go. Jeez, that's more than I expected. Yeah, the tightly packed elven formations are a perfect target for bombers of any kind. That's some brutal damage on those guys, and they'll continue to just tear apart archers by piece. High elves are starting to push back on the high ground. What happened to those depth guard up there? Did they get killed? I don't see the depth guard anymore. And they were the one thing I feel like holding these rangers off the point. There's nothing else to hold the rangers off the point. If high elves can actually take objective number 3, it'll force Coast to leave their box and actually start contesting an objective, because they can't just sit around and shoot all day. And so they are starting to push up the animated hulks, and putting the animated hulks in the bombers to start to take objective number 1. There's some flaming arrows coming in, but not doing a whole lot. And yeah, the thing is now the forces on the low ground are just so thinned out for the elves. There's not a lot here, so the coast counts whatever these zombies are called, the pirate zombies. You know the ones I'm talking about. These ones. You can just waltz over their dead bodies and get onto the objectives. Silver helms have taken the high ground, but honestly, I feel like they could just take out this mortar for free. There's nothing to stop them. Even if there's a dog summon or something, they won't be that threatening to silver helms as they have heavy armor. Dogs can probably trade with Lyrian Reavers just fine, but heavy armor is a problem. Oh, there's the depth guard. They did rotate down to the bottom. And yeah. Looks like they're... Okay, what do we have? We have gunnery weight coming. Oh, is this gunnery weight coming to restock Queen Bess? Yes, it is. Just a cheap gunnery weight on foot, just here to restock Queen Bess. Nothing but. Simple as, my friends. Simple as. Archers are still getting pounded by mortar fire, which is just doing a lot of work against them. 600. What's Queen Bess up to? 155 kills, 1300 value. Their mortar, 109 kills. Yeah, they're chunking apart the high elven archer line very, very quickly. And now the archmage is in trouble. It's on the ground against depth guard. It's getting shot by pistol mobs, but okay, it should be able to get away for just fine. Quick power to recharge pop, but Coast should be capping this objective. Why? Okay, they are capping it just slowly. Rangers should get torn apart by dogs in the rear. What are we hearing? What is that? Plague of Rust. Interesting. Their armor is down to 30 and Burning Head to combo. Oh, that's a neat combo. They still don't have a ton of models, not taking a ton of damage, but still. Fireball coming on the caster as well, but he should be Invocation back up and he'll be just fine. Do Seaguard do better against mortars? Not really. They receive the same punishment and they're more expensive, so you usually just rather have cheaper archers with more range to get in range faster. Something on top of Queen Bess is getting pounded to pieces, but Queen Bess is still unobstructed in firing. High Elves have actually taken the value lead somehow, and all 3 objectives, so it's actually looking reasonably well for High Elves. They have more and more infantry coming in, as well as cav just tearing apart, and yeah, the coast infantry line just cannot stand against the High Elves, which is really unfortunate, but the mortars are still firing away. I don't know, this could go either way. Coast, I thought Coast was in a pretty strong position, but they just can't deal with all these High Elf troops going in. I never thought I'd be saying this. The High Elves are just able to just flood the field with so many troops. The Coast can't actually kill them off fast enough. Yeah. And in a late game scenario like this, where coast lines have been worn down and they're forced to come against objectives, cavalry is allowed to completely run free, both Lyrian Reavers and Silver Helms. There's nothing to stop them from going wherever in the coast backline they feel like. They can just run all over the place, kill any missiles they try to bring in, charge animated hulks, get on the mortars, get a Queen Bess. Whatever target they feel like taking, they can. Coast has taken objective number 1 and does have a healthy amount of zombies here with nothing really threatening them. But they need to take both other objectives if they want to win this game, and they need to do so soon. On to, big games in the back line. Those are just zombies, so they will be chewed by the Rangers pretty quickly. Queen Bess is still just chunking away. What do we got there? Spearmen, yeah, still do a good job against those. I think you do is say Lord of the Deep and get best accuracy. Not sure it's entirely worth it otherwise. Yeah. I think Lore of Vampires is just so strong. Invocation is such one of the best spells in the game. Wind of Death is up there with it. So I think that's a really, really hard lore to beat. There's also other ways to give Queen Best accuracy if you're worried about Gunner White's a bunch of accuracy buffs, if I remember correctly. Now, Lord is still sniping with the Coast Lord. But I don't think it's going to matter. That Coast Lord just kind of does its job and still really has a lot of HP, and the fireballs aren't killing it very quickly, but I think High Elves have this. I don't think Coast has a way to take this castle on the high ground. There's a lot of High Elf units here. Very safe positions for archers to come in and just chill in this kind of an area. I don't know how Coast takes this. They still have the infantry in the field. Maybe if you desummon Queen Bess and just turn that money all into infantry and just start swarming forward. But I don't know. The High Elf Lord did try to snipe the Coast Lord and just got slapped. Oh, that's hilarious. So that is actually their caster gone, aside from just a player of Rustcaster, which isn't super important. I do kind of question this gunnery white. It's here to restock the ammo on Queen Bess, but it's probably just paying an awful lot for that job. And the mortars getting collapsed on. There's also not a lot of good targets for them left. So again, I would have preferred to see these artillery pieces desummoned and turned into troops that can push, bringing out animated hulks, zombies, dogs, whatever. Anything like that, anything can push an objective. But it looks like High Elves will be able to hold on these 2 points for quite a long ways yet. And they only have to hold for a couple more minutes. Lots of High Elf swarm strats. Learn from Seg Skaven for centuries. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Yeah, just too many High Elf bodies for Coast to deal with. Well, the thing is, like, the only thing that's effective at killing all these elves is mortars, and well, Coast can only bring so many. Pistol mob spam, the Vanguard summon, you only have the option, but these Rangers are doing so much of work against them. They got 246 kills already! Zombies inflate stats so much, and I love it. I like big numbers. Big numbers make me happy. I'm a simple man. The end for me. Watch then tomorrow. Alright, have a good one. Thanks for coming. Okay, Coast is taking the center objective a bit very slowly, but how do Coast beat this blockade right here? Bunch of White Lions, Rangers, Illyrian Reavers, even a bird. I don't even know if the bird has purpose anymore. Maybe just desummon it. Caster has rallied and has Armor of the Stars, which means there's going to be a nice, juicy burning head right in this vicinity. Just right in the middle of that blob. There's so many bodies down there. So many bodies. Yeah, Coast is taking the center objective, which means they'll have about 2 minutes to take objective number 3 on the high ground. There's the burning head. See, I predicted it, although it kind of missed. I don't think they can actually break through here in time. Is that Flaming Sword of Ruin? It is Flaming Sword of Ruin. Okay. There's some good damage, but I think High Elves can just, at this point, just bring out any infantry you got. Loth and Seaguard are fine. Spears are good. Honestly, probably Cav at this point. Like, nothing. Yeah, that was the last infantry you should summon. Nothing else can get there in time. Just bring out Cav and just blockade. Don't let them up the ramp. Don't let them get past here. That said, High Elves are still holding on to the center objective. Actually, they're going to retake it. They're actually going to hold the center objective. So yeah, I think that's game. I think that's Hanniden's going to be getting on the board in this series and starting that reverse sweep. Ye of little faith, chat. You all voted no, and Hanniden's is proving you wrong. Okay, not all of you, but the majority of you voted no. So the enemy Hulks have broken through. They get the objective in time, but they have less capture weight than those Loth and Seaguard. Unless the bombers can round off those Loth and Seaguard in record time, I don't see them capping in time. I said the High Elf blockade has been broken. If the enemy Hulks, they don't have a ton of capture weight. Loth and Seaguard are doing probably the right thing, just sitting back here and saying, if you have to come all the way over here to kill me, and I'm a spear unit. But no, don't pull off the point. No, Hanniden's, this is the one where you throw. Do not walk off the point. Oh, they're on skirmish mode. They respawned with skirmish mode on. It's the bug. Hanniden's doesn't know. Yeah, okay, he fixes it now. Can he get back on the point before he gets body blocked off? Yeah, he can. Okay, well, no, the dogs. Oh, that's huge from Ulrich. He's body blocking him off. There's no cap weight on this point for High Elves. That's a huge blunder. Oh, that could actually flip the entire game. If Ulrich can cap this point, he could still pull this back. He's got the control of the entire low ground. Like, if Ulrich can cap this point, he's got a few seconds to it. Okay, 20 seconds. Can he cap the point in time? I think he's got it. If his bats can just stop these spearmen from getting on. You gotta get these bats and these spears. You gotta get the bats to body block the spears. That's such a huge mistake. Oh no. Do the spears flip the cap weight? They don't. Do the other spears? 5 seconds. He caps with 5 seconds remaining. Can he hold? There's still a lot of High Elves coming. He needs to get reinforcements here. High Elves should be able to storm on this point. It's not over just yet, but Ulrich's still in the game. The bombers are definitely a problem. Good prioritization taking them. Okay, High Elves are capping. There's not a lot of Coast Zombies left, but they are pushing up. There's more 3 pistol mobs coming in. I think the low ground can rotate up. Nope, you still got to dedicate things to the low ground. There's still units down here. That's actually so close. So close. I also hate that bug F pod. That is the most irritating bug, but that's actually huge. Okay, the High Elves are taking it back. There's not a lot of Coast reinforcements. These guys aren't going to get here anytime soon. I think High Elves should be able to take this back, and they're also threatening the low ground, which means that Coast has to dedicate resources elsewhere. And a Ranger coming here is a huge threat, which means that the Coast will have to dedicate, like, I don't know, a depth guard here or something. Like, so High Elves should... Okay, they're going to be able to take it back. Okay, Ulrich almost had it, but I think Hanadins will secure this game and finish it out. That was close. That was almost a big mistake. And that bug has been the game for ages, and it's very frustrating. But, yeah. I mean, it's also one of those things, like, Hanadins, well, being a very experienced player and for playing for years, he doesn't play a ton of Domination, so he's probably not as familiar with that bug, because it only affects Domination. Actually, Coast has the cap point lead. Bombers are still bombing. Okay, it's back and forth. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, Illyrian Reavers should flip the cap. The zombie summon, if they can body block them off the point, they can't. They can't move fast enough. They're just respawning. They're just spawning in. The bombers can move these chaff fast enough. The bombers are doing a lot of work killing out these infantry. You need to focus this unit right here. It's low health, and as soon as it starts routing, it loses its capture weight. So focus this unit right here. Ignore the archers. All right, come on, kill this archer, this spearman unit before you lose the cap. The Rangers are doing their thing on the low ground. More bombers coming in, but that means they don't have cap weight, and then you have to fill out the cap weight once they're gone. And that's game. Hannon caps the point. Ulrich can't cap back fast enough. It's physically impossible. That was close. That was quite a game. And Hannons begins his reverse sweep, folks. He's back in the game. We've got a series on our hands. Holy hell. Look at the damage. The value versus the damage. Oh, jeez. Talons did a lot of work. They were summoned twice, but still. Rangers got a lot of kills. They didn't do a lot of value because they're just killing zombies, but still. It's a threat your opponent has to respond to. Silverhelms did alright. The Eagle did interesting. The Eagle's an interesting tech piece. You don't see a lot of Eagles. They don't, unlike their cousins, the Manticores, they don't cause terror. So they have much less application, and they have worse animations, I believe. Very, very close game. I like the Death Trucker Bombers. They're definitely a really nice inclusion. But anyway, that is Hanadins bringing it back. We are now 2-1 in Ulrich's favor, but this is a series, folks. Alright, I'm going to catch up with chat real quick, and then I'm going to go use the restroom and get some water. That's the elves are good now. They were so bad for like 5 years. They had their moments. Usually it was because something was busted, like chariot blobs or something, but they had their moments. Ooh, yeah, that bug feels really bad. So the bug where you, the bug where you reinforce a missile unit, and sometimes it's just on skirmish mode for whatever reason. Basically, Hannon's infantry unit just ran off the point. His Lothenseeker ran off the point and let Ulrich cap because of the bug. Yeah. Yeah. Still, Hannon's managed to pull it back. So, alright. Chat's got up with. These guys are going to do picks and bans and make the builds. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Entertain yourselves for a moment. What's currently banned in this series? No idea. The players have not told me. We know that, so what we've seen so far is that the first game, it was Ulrich on Slaanesh versus Hanneden's Tomb Kings. Second game was Ulrich's Khorne versus Hanneden's Coast. Third game was Ulrich's Coast versus Hanneden's High Elves. No, that all means that this should be Hanneden. No, it should be Ulrich's pick this game. Ulrich picks 3 and bans 1. Nope, the Healbug got hotfixed ASB. So there's no like tournament banned factions. That's at each player got to global ban 2 factions. So I don't know what the players have elected to ban. Did you guys tie the poll? Did you guys really tie the poll? Alright. So, before the game, you guys thought he, maybe. How are we feeling after the first game? Alright, can head in reverse sweep, folks. Can he do it? What do you think? Give me your thoughts. But only if that thought takes the form of a binary answer of yes or no. I don't want complex thoughts, I don't want nuanced opinions, I want a yes or a no. Fixing the modded units saves breaking bugs. I don't know about that bug. They fixed it, I think, the 18th? That last patch? No, they introduced it the 18th. They fixed it during the hotfix a couple of days ago. Yes, we can. No, you're not allowed to have a nuanced opinion, Loopy. Only yes or no. Alright, so we got Norska Slaanesh. Okay, this may surprise you folks, but I think this is probably a Slaanesh favored matchup. Very heavily. By virtue of what does Norska do that Slaanesh doesn't do better? The answer is actually skirmishing. So, Norska has more plentiful and better skirmish cav, but that's about the only thing. And the thing is, Slaanesh has their faction abilities and Pavane Slaanesh that allows them to rampage the skirmish cav and just kill them. So. Okay, R's got his Norska build ready. Hanneden's is working his Slaanesh build. Depends on the matchup? What depends on the matchup? Oh, you talking about the poll? Because that's not a valid answer to the poll. That is not a valid answer. Please try again. That was not a yes or a no, therefore it is unacceptable. Norska's doggos better? Yeah, how do doggos do against Hellstriders, Loopy? Norskin Lords die easier. So you say that. It's really, really hard to int Horse Rick into missiles. It's really, really easy to just full send a car into missiles and die. So I don't think you're universally correct, to be honest. Let's die easier. Yeah, Nikarian Keeper dies super easy to like any kind of missile fire. Just any missile fire. Yeah, Thorok's a tanky son of a bitch. Have the time to be able to pull Slash out of the back pocket. Yeah. Well, that's the upside of holding on to your top tier factions. That said, Ulrich still has Tomb Kings in his back pocket, so. Alright, so for Slanesh we have Azazel, Phantasmagoria, Pavane of Slanesh, Acquiescence, and Demon Blade, and the Lore passive. Alright. 4 Hellstriders, 4 Devoted Marauders, Chaos Warriors, Spawn. On the other side we have 4 Skirmish Cav. Let's see, 1 Horseman, okay, 2 Horsemen and 4 Horse Masters. Marauders. We have a Warmare with a War Shrine as the Lord, which does give Fizz Resist and Leadership, which is really nice actually, because it's 10 from this ability, and then another 8 from Encourage, I believe. So it's a lot of leadership for your Marauders, and Berserkers as well. And then a Famir Balefiend of Pit of Balance. It's not that bad anymore, but fun name. So yeah, Slanesh realizes they lose the skirmish game. Oh, I have a blocker up. I'm sorry. I'm silly. Sorry. I fixed it. You don't need to spam the chat. I fixed it. Slanesh realizes that they lose the skirmish game, so they just like, nope, we're not going to play it. We're not going to play the skirmish game. You can poke us all you want. We're just going to walk at you with infantry. Well, backed up by cavalry. So, this is the classic way you deal with skirmish cav when you don't have any of your own, is you walk up with shielded infantry, and then behind the shielded infantry you have cavalry of your own, right here, Hellstriders, and then if the skirmish cav try to push up and shoot your valuable units, then they just get run up by infantry. If the skirmish cav want to charge, just cycle charge your infantry, then the cav can run them off and countercharge. So, what do we got coming in here? Norskin Ice Trolls, looks like. There we go, yep. The Hellstriders are trying to stay back, and this is kind of one way to deal with skirmish cav, is just let your shielded chaff deal with it. Let them take all the damage. And just blocking this entire central path means that skirmish cav would have to go all the way around one of the other sides to actually get shots onto more valuable targets in your cav. So, all that to say, not a bad plan from Hanadins. So what let's see Ulrich do is just take like 2 of his Marauders and just block off this side. Just, body block so the Slash Cav can't get around you. And yeah, probably focus, you want to focus fire the enemy infantry. You want to kill one of them off rather than just poke down all of them. Furies coming in, bit of an odd choice. Furies aren't really going to do a whole lot to skirmish cav. I mean, they might catch them, but with so much skirmish cav and it's Marauder Horsemen who have decent melee stats, they're not going to accomplish a whole lot. More Ice Trolls come in. Ice Trolls will do a really good number on Marauders and the Chaos Warriors. I thought they were Chaos Warriors. There's Chaos Warriors, yeah. Yeah, I'd love to see these skirmish cav focus fire on like this guy and finish him off, rout him, and rout them one at a time rather than just chill. The War Shrine is actually a really neat tech with the trolls, because these trolls are up to only 63, really? I guess they start with 45, so yeah. Yeah, they have... Oh, wait, because it's the Lord, it has... Okay, that's something I need to test later. Because I thought Encourage usually gives 8 leadership, but the Lord's Encourage, like Lords and Heroes Encourage, only gives 3. But because this mammoth is the Lord, it only has 3. Or does it not have Encourage in the first place? Or is it not originally Encourage? That's also possible. Put up the blocker a bit bigger. Okay. Easy. Done. You happy? Anyway. Skirmishing is going very heavily in the favor of Ulrich, however. I think the value is a little bugged, as per usual, because he's just spent a lot of his ammo, got a lot of chip value, and done pretty well. He's almost killed an entire Marauder. Norsk has taken Objective 1, Slanesh taken Objective 2 and 3. I don't expect Norsk will make a play for Objective 1, as they are at a severe mobility disadvantage against the Hellstriders. So they'll probably try to just hold objective 3 and then brute force their way onto objective 2, force the fight in this narrow section where there's not a lot of room for Slaanesh to move their cavalry, and just use bodies and trolls and this leadership blob right here to just bog down all the enemy infantry. Solid plan. It is a solid plan. Chaos Warriors come around the side. You'll need to dedicate a troll or something over there. Maybe a Pit of Shades to help with that. What do we have coming down? Is that Phantasmagoria? Yeah, leadership and a net. Thing is, with the leadership as high as it is, they're still not going to rout. He's got the Scourge, the Demon Blade popped for the Scourge. He's trying to just rout off these trolls from full HP, and actually he succeeded. Those trolls are terror routing. Pit of Shades come in, finish off the Chaos Warriors, and yeah, see, this Cav from Slaanesh is forced to just run right into enemy infantry, which means they're not accomplishing a whole lot, and now they're good targets for the skirmish Cav. That's all just situated behind the line, firing away. This is a very, very smart tactic from Ulrich. Very impressed. Now, enemies, hand-in / skirmish Cav is going to come around the side. Not skirmish Cav. Hellstrike is going to come around the side, start pressuring the skirmish Cav, but he does have skin walls prepared to deal with that. The problem is Ulrich needs to get something over here to deal with these Chaos Warriors. If it sounds like I'm casting from Ulrich's perspective, that's because he's my clanmate, and I am biased. So, anyways, Slaanesh's infantry are crumbling. The trolls and the berserkers are doing it quite a number of them. Spawn have surrounded the war shrine at the moment, however, but it does have support from both skin wolves and berserkers, so it should be just fine. And value trade is going very, very heavily in the favor of Ulrich Rahl for the moment. So, more marauders coming in, spears and whips. Whips are actually really nice after the buffs. I honestly use them in place of spears quite often, just to hold positions and protect against cav flanks and large units. They're a little more versatile. They still have that charge bonus, or charge defense, but also trade well into infantry. So I quite like them. Norsca has taken the center objective, but Slaanesh has taken objective number 3. And yeah, Norsca have to take either a troll or a Pit of Shades over there to come deal with that Chaos Warrior. So otherwise, it's very, very difficult to deal with. And the problem is, Slaanesh getting in from this side is very, very difficult, because it means you're putting your back to your opponent's respawn zones, which means they can just summon things behind you and pincer you in. Even if they have lower quality units, they can get surrounded with more, and you can be in quite a bit of trouble. And this leadership blob is quite a problem for Slaanesh. I don't know how Slaanesh deals with it with this build. I feel like you really need skirmish cav just to focus fire these guys. Even if you just opt out of the front skirmish cav initially, you need to have skirmish cav in reserve so you can come punish this kind of thing. Like a mammoth getting poked with skirmish cav or the trolls would do a lot of work. Azazel comes over the side. Yeah, Slaanesh has realized that he's lost his center objective, so he's going to play the sides. Hold 1, hold 3. Avoid this, single entity, well, not single entity, but low entity count blob. Excuse me. Skirmish Cav are running low on ammo, which is a 1 saving grace for Slaanesh, but this is still looking pretty rough. Chaos Warriors will dominate the Marauders, and probably even the Berserkers together, because the Berserkers don't have great AP values, despite having really good stats. Yeah, they have decent AP. They've always struggled against armor, so this is what I want to see. Bring the Famir over here. He has armor sundering. You need to be a little careful because Azazel's right there and could snipe him, but over here, let him get the armor sundering, or at least let him get the Pit of Shades off. Either one works. But lowering the Chaos Warriors 70 armor lets your Berserkers trade a lot more efficiently than them, or you can just drop a Pit of Shades. That works too. Acquiescence going down on the Berserkers, but Chaos Warriors about to hit with the Pit of Shades. They're not going to have much time to capitalize on it. Skirmish Cav are getting rampaged. There's nothing really here for them to fight that's super dangerous. They're just overwhelming these Hellstrikes, and this is what I was saying. The Hellstrikes can get back here, like get into this area, but they can't do anything here because they're not going to win the fight. There's too much Norscan mobility here, and they're too far from any support. So being back there really doesn't help them. Chaos Warriors hit the Pit of Shades. They're in a lot of trouble. They lost a lot of health, a lot of models. So Norscan should be able to force their way into this point pretty soon. Azazel is trying to snipe the Famir along some Hellstriders, and this Famir could be in a lot of trouble. That could be a big win for Slaanesh. Because once that Famir is gone, the ability to deal with armor is entirely down to those troll blobs. So you can bring armor, but you can actually hold this point much more effectively. The Famir's in a lot of trouble. Azazel is doing quite the number to it, though. Azazel isn't the greatest character sniper. The Famir's not the greatest fighter either, so he should be able to win that fight just fine. Our horse coming in. Looks we got, is that Pavane going down? Pavane Rampage is doing the Hellstriders, which is a good play, but don't know if it's going to be enough, as there are still several other Marauder horsemen lurking about. Next Marauder wave comes in and tries to fight against all these trolls and Mammoth, but this Mammoth and the trolls are just going to tear through this infantry very, very quickly. The upside is that the Mammoth doesn't have any heals, but the trolls do, and the trolls have a ton of leadership. That said, Slaanesh has all the objectives, and they have for quite a bit. They're up a healthy amount of objective tickets, and before long they could force Norsca into a 3-cap situation, which could be kind of rough. Norsca really needs to bully their way onto objective number 3 to make sure they hold at least 1 to get some objective progress, and that's a huge Phantasmagoria. Yeah, nets all 3 skirmish cav, but the Hellstrike is taking so much damage on the approach they might not even be able to kill them. No counter charge, but they're going to get recharged by the Beast of Tashnar and this Armored Skin Wolves, I believe. Yeah. So even despite the nice Phantasmagoria, it's still going to be a massive loss for Slaanesh. Like, they're getting good damage, but the Hellstriders are still dead. And Norska is starting to take this objective. That Famir is still fighting. It's just getting knocked around and not actually dying. Well, yeah, now it's going to go, but, you know, it did its thing. It tried. Tried its best, fought its hardest, and it died anyway. Alright, wouldn't mind seeing one of these skin wolves maybe come over here and try to threaten a backup on objective number 1. Force Slaanesh to dedicate infantry over there, because their cav won't actually trade into the armored skin wolves, apparently. Which is not something I knew before coming in this match. The problem with this character blob right here, well, I call it a character blob, it's the trolls and the mammoths that doesn't have a ton of capture weight. So what Handed is doing right here, just keeping infantries off to the side. Skirmish Skiff here is applying capture weight without actually getting in the fight that they will lose. Which is a very smart play, but now Norska is overwhelmed the point. They have taken 3 as well, but they do need a 3 cap, I believe. I'm doing math. I'm not doing math on the fly, but it looks like they need a 3 cap. Maybe not. The side, yeah, exactly. Okay, skirmish cav works. Send them to the objective. Force Slaanesh to dedicate something over there, so that way they have less resource in the middle. But I think the value lead to catch. Well, no, the value lead is actually bottoming out. That said, the value on the trolls is a bit fake. They've been healing up a ton, as well as skin wolves have regen, right? I feel like skin wolves have regen. Yeah. So a little that value is a bit inflated because of that healing. But it looks like Norska is going to be in solid control of the point, and it looks like Slaanesh is kind of like grasping for straws as far as what troops they have left on the field. Philocans has lost a lot of his Slaanesh, his Hellstriders, without actually gaining a whole lot as far as shutting down the enemy skirmish cav. Some Slaanesh skirmish cav are coming in, trying to force off the enemy skirmish cav, but Marauders coming in, they should be able to just bolt in the point. And you know, if the Hellstriders want to fight in the Marauders, fine. These attached will probably start recharging, then the armored skin wolves will come in. Definitely that skirmish cav barrage thing once they run out of ammo. Yeah. But Slaanesh is holding on to this one objective, and actually it looks like he will have to 3 cap at some point. Ulrich will. But it looks like he definitely has the tools to do it. There's just a couple of cav units on the field for Slaanesh, and a singular Chaos Warrior, which honestly, it's not like he can deal with that. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. There's just so much meat over there. There's nothing AP, but there's a lot of meat. And yeah, the Beast of Tashnar and the Skin Wolves are starting to move over this way, which means they start forcing off these cav. And that'll be a rough situation for Slaanesh to deal with. More and more armored skin wolves coming in. I really like the armored skin wolves deck. You don't see them very often. They're not considered a great unit, but against Hellstriders, which don't have great AP values, it could be pretty decent. They're definitely a lot more resilient. They are more expensive, but they're trading up into Slaanesh Hellstriders from what I can tell. Which is huge. Like, that's half the battle when dealing with Slaanesh. Let's just get a good engagement on these skin wolves. They are completely surrounded. They have a little bit of support coming in, but it's not going to be here fast enough. But that said, it is allowing Norse to actually get progress on capturing the objective. They have Phantasma, Acquiescence slowing the melee defense, but they're still tanking. Like, they're still fighting these Hellstriders, like, pretty even. Yeah, you pay more for them, but be able to contest the mobility game is still huge. Norse Skirmish Cav does get the charge off, and they do have better melee stats thanks to their Berserk passive, I believe. Actually, it's pretty even, although they don't have physical resist. Now the Trolls are getting the Hellstriders, and despite being anti-large, the Hellstriders are not going to be doing that much without a charge. Help them, and Skittles coming to deal with these guys, and that looks like a 3 cap coming in for Norska any second now. There we go. It's a 3 cap for Norska. Slaanesh has overtaken the value lead by about 500, but as we've seen the past couple games, like, value lead is not 100% accurate. Spells and stuff don't get added to it sometimes, so it's kind of hard to tell. It looks pretty Norska favored. There's not a lot of Slaanesh units back on the field. Once this Mammoth and Troll gets back to this objective, and it can clear up all these infantry for Norska just fine, and Norska no longer needs to hold a 3 cap. They've held it long enough. They don't need a 3 cap. They just need a 2 cap, so they can just pull back to whichever 2 they feel like, and that's Hanadan's withdrawing. And that'll be Ulrich taking the series 3-1. Congratulations to Ulrich Rahl. It's a win of our tourney for tonight. That was not a bad game. It's a very interesting build. Like, that matchup is considered to be like pretty Slaanesh favored. So the fact that Ulrich has this is a very interesting build. Like, I don't know how I'd beat this for Slaanesh. I have not seen this build. The armored skin wolves are a really interesting tech piece because the Hellstriders just didn't seem to be doing a ton of damage to them. You can just hold up in melee a lot longer. The trolls are just crumping the Chaos Warriors. That's a really cool build. Anyways, congratulations to our winner, Ulrich Rahl. And thank you so much to everybody else who played in this tournament today. It was a lot of fun. Appreciate you all coming out and playing. GG's to Hannigan. Still a pretty strong run. Definitely a strong showing today, despite not being able to take it all the way. But yeah, that's all we got for today. I'll be back on Sunday to cast my weekly newbie tournament. If you're interested in trying out tournaments, by the way, if you've never played before, if you're new to the multiplayer scene, I host newbie tournaments every usually Saturdays. This week's on Sunday because I have plans on Saturday, but it'll be Saturday. Link to the Discord is in the description if you want to check that out. Please, we'd love to have you. Other than that, thank you guys so much for watching.